Book 2, Chapters 12 and 13 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. I must, however, admit that the general opinion is that the untrained speaker is usually the more vigorous. This opinion is due primarily to the erroneous judgment of faulty critics who think that true vigor is all the greater for its lack of art, regarding it as a special proof of strength to force what might be opened, to break what might be united, and to drag what might be led. Even a gladiator who plunges into the fight with no skill at arms to help him, and a wrestler who puts forth the whole strength of his body the moment he has got a hold, is acclaimed by them for his outstanding vigor, although it is of frequent occurrence in such cases for the latter to be overthrown by his own strength, and for the former to find the fury of his onslaught parried by his adversary with a supple turn of the wrist. But there are many details in this department of our art which the unskilled critic will never notice. For instance, careful division under heads, although of the utmost importance in actual cases, makes the outward show of strength seem less than the reality. The unhewn block is larger than the polished marble, and things, when scattered, seem more numerous than when placed together. There is, moreover, a sort of resemblance between certain merits and certain defects. Abuse passes for freedom of speech, rashness for courage, prodigality for abundance. But the untrained advocate will abuse too openly and too often, even though by so doing he imperils the success of the case which he has undertaken, and not seldom his own personal safety as well. But even such violence will win men's good opinion, since they are only too pleased to hear another say things which nothing would have induced them to utter themselves. Such speakers are also less careful to avoid that other peril, the pitfall of style, and are so reckless in their efforts that sometimes in their passion for extravagance they light upon some really striking expression, but such success is rare and does not compensate for their other defects. For the same reason the uninstructed sometimes appear to have a richer flow of language, because they say everything that can be said, while the learned exercise discrimination and self-restraint. To this must be added the fact that such persons take no trouble to prove their contentions, and consequently steer clear of the chilly reception given in our decadent law courts to arguments, and seek only for such themes as may beguile the ears of the public, even at the cost of appealing to the most perverted tastes. Again, their epigrams, the sole objects of their quest, seem all the more striking because of their dreariness and squalor of their context, since flashes are more clearly seen against a background not of mere shade, as Cicero says, but of pitchy darkness. Well, let the world credit them with as much genius as it pleases, so long as it is admitted that such praise is an insult to any man of real eloquence. None the less, it must be confessed that learning does take something from oratory, just as the file takes something from rough surfaces, or the whetstone from blunt edges, or age from wine. It takes away defects, and if the results produced after subjection to the polish of literary study are less, they are less only because they are better. But these creatures have another weapon in their armory. They seek to obtain the reputation of speaking with greater vigor than the trained orator by means of their delivery, for they shout on all and every occasion, and bellow their every utterance with uplifted hand, to use their own phrase, dashing this way and that, panting, gesticulating wildly, and wagging their heads with all the frenzy of a lunatic. Smite your hands together, stamp the ground, slap your thigh, your breast, your forehead, and you will go straight to the heart of the dingier members of your audience. But the educated speaker just as he knows how to moderate his style and to impart variety and artistic form to his speech, is an equal adept in the matter of delivery, and will suit his action to the tone of each portion of his utterances, while, if he has any one canon for universal observance, it is that he should both possess the reality and present the appearance of self-control. But the ranters confer the title of force on that which is really violence. You may also occasionally find not merely pleaders, but, what is far more shameful, teachers as well, who, after a brief training in the art of speaking, throw method to the winds, and yielding to the impulse of the moment, run riot in every direction, abusing those who hold literature in higher respect as fools without life, courage, or vigor, and calling them the first and worst name that occurs to them. Still, let me congratulate these gentlemen on attaining eloquence without industry, method, or study. As for myself, I have long since retired from the task of teaching in the schools and of speaking in the courts, thinking it the most honorable conclusion to retire while my services were still in request, and all I ask is to be allowed to console my leisure by making such researches and composing such instructions as will, I hope, prove useful to young men of ability, and are at any rate a pleasure to myself. Chapter 13. Let no one, however, demand from me a rigid code of rules, such as most authors of textbooks have laid down, or ask me to impose on my students of rhetoric a system of laws immutable as fate, a system in which injunctions as to the exordium and its nature lead the way. Then come the statement of facts and the laws to be observed in this connection. Next, the proposition, or, as some prefer, the digression, followed by prescriptions as to the order in which the various questions should be discussed, with all the other rules, which some speakers follow, though they had no choice but to regard them as orders, and as if it were a crime to take any other line. If the whole of rhetoric could be thus embodied in one compact code, it would be an easy task of little compass. But most rules are liable to be altered by the nature of the case, circumstances, time, and place, and by hard necessity itself. Consequently, the all-important gift for an orator is a wise adaptability, since he is called upon to meet the most varied emergencies. What if you should instruct a general, as often as he marshals his troops for battle, to draw up his front in line, advance his wings to left and right, and station his cavalry to protect his flank? This will perhaps be the best plan, if circumstances allow, but it may have to be modified owing to the nature of the ground, if, for instance, he is confronted by a mountain, if a river bars his advance, or his movements are hampered by hills, woods, or broken country. Or again, it may be modified by the character of the enemy, or the nature of the crisis by which he is faced. On one occasion he will fight in line, on another in column. On one he will use his auxiliary troops, on another his legionaries, while occasionally a feint of flight may win the day. So too with the rules of oratory. Is the exordium necessary or superfluous? Should it be long or short? Addressed entirely to the judge, or sometimes directed to some other quarter by the employment of some figure of speech? Should the statement of facts be concise or developed at some length, continuous or divided into sections, and should it follow the actual or an artificial order of events? The orator will find the answers to all these questions in the circumstances of the case. So too with the order in which questions should be discussed, since in any given debate it may often suit one party best that such and such a question come up first, while their opponents would be best suited by another. For these rules have not the formal authority of laws or decrees of the plebs, but are, with all they contain, the children of expediency. I will not deny that it is generally expedient to conform to such rules, otherwise I should not be writing now. But if our friend expediency suggests some other course to us, why, we shall disregard the authority of the professors and follow her. For my part, above all things, This I enjoin and urge anew, that in all his pleadings the orator should keep two things constantly in view: what is becoming and what is expedient. But it is often expedient and occasionally becoming to make some modification in the time-honored order. We see the same thing in pictures and statues. Dress, expression, and attitude are frequently varied. The body, when held bolt upright, has but little grace, for the face looks straight forward, the arms hang by the side, the feet are joined, and the whole figure is stiff from top to toe. But that curve, I might almost call it motion, with which we are so familiar, gives an impression of action and animation. So too, the hands will not always be represented in the same position, and the variety given to the expression will be infinite. Some figures are represented as running or rushing forward, others sit or recline, some are nude, others clothed, while some again are half dressed, half naked. Where can we find a more violent and elaborate attitude than that of the Discobolus of Myron? Yet the critic who disapproved of the figure because it was not upright would merely show his utter failure to understand the sculptor's art, in which the very novelty and difficulty of execution is what most deserves our praise. A similar impression of grace and charm is produced by rhetorical figures, whether they be figures of thought or figures of speech, for they involve a certain departure from the straight line, and have the merit of variation from the ordinary usage. In a painting the full face is most attractive, but Apelles painted Antigonus in profile, to conceal the blemish caused by the loss of one eye. So too, in speaking, there are certain things which have to be concealed, either because they ought not to be disclosed, or because they cannot be expressed as they deserve. Timanthes, who was, I think, a native of Cydnus, provides an example of this in the painting with which he won the victory over Collites of Teas. It represented the sacrifice of Iphigenia, and the artist had depicted an expression of grief on the face of Calchas, and of still greater grief on that of Ulysses, while he had given Menelaus an agony of sorrow beyond which his art could not go. Having exhausted his powers of emotional expression, he was at a loss to portray the father's face as it deserved, and solve the problem by veiling his head and leaving his sorrow to the imagination of the spectator. Sallust did something similar when he wrote, "I think it better to say nothing of Carthage rather than say too little." It has always, therefore, been my custom not to tie myself down to universal or general rules, this being the nearest equivalent I can find for the Greek Catholic rules, for rules are rarely of such a kind that their validity cannot be shaken and overthrown in some particular or other. But I must reserve each of these points for fuller treatment in its proper place. For the present I will only say that I do not want young men to think their education complete when they have mastered one of the small textbooks of which so many are in circulation, or to ascribe a talismanic value to the arbitrary decrees of theorists. The art of speaking can only be attained by hard work and assiduity of study, by a variety of exercises and repeated trial, the highest prudence and unfailing quickness of judgment. But rules are helpful all the same, so long as they indicate the direct road, and do not restrict us absolutely to the ruts made by others. For he who thinks it an unpardonable sin to leave the old track must be content to move at much the same speed as a tight-rope walker. Thus, for example, we often leave a paved military road to take a short-cut, or, finding that the direct route is impossible owing to floods having broken down the bridges, are forced to make a circuit, while if our house is on fire and flames bar the way to the front door, we make our escape by breaking through a party wall. The orator's task covers a large ground, is extremely varied, and develops some new aspect almost every day, so that the last word on the subject will never have been said. I shall, however, try to set forth the traditional rules and to point out their best features, mentioning the changes, additions, and subtractions which seem desirable. End of chapter 13. Book 2, chapters 14 and 15 of On the Education of an Orator, by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Rhetoric is a Greek term which has been translated into Latin by oratoria or oratrix. I would not for the world deprive the translators of the praise which is their due for attempting to increase the vocabulary of our native tongue. But translations from Greek into Latin are not always satisfactory, just as the attempt to represent Latin words in a Greek dress is sometimes equally unsuccessful. And the translations in question are fully as harsh as the essentia and quentia of Plautus, and have not even the merit of being exact. For oratoria is formed like elocutoria, and oratrix like elocutrix, whereas the rhetoric with which we are concerned is rather to be identified with eloquentia, and the word is undoubtedly used in two senses by the Greeks. In the one case it is an adjective, that is, ars rhetorica, the rhetorical art, like pyretic in the phrase navis piratica. In the other it is a noun, like philosophy or friendship. It is as a substantive that we require it here. Now, the correct translation of the Greek grammatike is literatura, not literatrix or literatoria, which would be the forms analogous to oratrix and oratoria. But in the case of rhetoric there is no similar Latin equivalent. It is best, therefore, not to quarrel about it, more especially as we have to use Greek terms in many other cases. For I may at least use the words philosophus, musicus, and geometres without outraging them by changing them into clumsy Latin equivalents. Finally, since Cicero gave a Greek title to the earlier works which he wrote on this subject, I may, without fear of rashness, accept the great orator as sufficient authority for the name of the art which he professed. To resume, then, rhetoric, for I shall now use the name without fear of captious criticism, is in my opinion best treated under the three following heads: the art, the artist, and the work. The art is that which we should acquire by study, and is the art of speaking well. The artist is he who has acquired the art, that is to say, he is the orator whose task it is to speak well. The work is the achievement of the artist, namely, good speaking. Each of these three general divisions is, in its turn, divided into species. Of the two latter divisions I shall speak in their proper place. For the present I shall proceed to a discussion of the first. Chapter 15. The first question which confronts us is, what is rhetoric? Many definitions have been given, but the problem is really twofold, for the dispute turns either on the quality of the thing itself or on the meaning of the words in which it is defined. The first and chief disagreement on the subject is found in the fact that some think that even bad men may be called orators, while others, of whom I am one, restrict the name of orator and the art itself to those who are good. Of those who divorce eloquence from that yet fairer and more desirable title to renown, a virtuous life, some call rhetoric merely a power, some a science, but not a virtue, some a practice, some an art, though they will not allow the art to have anything in common with science or virtue, while some again call it a perversion of art, or kakotechnia. These persons have, as a rule, held that the task of oratory lies in persuasion or speaking in a persuasive manner, for this is within the power of a bad man no less than a good. Hence we get the common definition of rhetoric as the power of persuading. What I call a power, many call a capacity, and some of faculty. In order, therefore, that there may be no misunderstanding, I will say that by power I mean dynamis. This view is derived from Isocrates, if indeed the treatise on rhetoric which circulates under his name is really from his hand. He, although far from agreeing with those whose aim is to disparage the duties of an orator, somewhat rashly defined rhetoric as peithous demiurgos, the worker of persuasion. For I cannot bring myself to use the peculiar derivative which Ennius applies to Marcus Cethegus in the phrase suadae medullae, the marrow of persuasion. Again, Gorgias, in the dialogue of Plato that takes its title from his name, says practically the same thing, but Plato intends it to be taken as the opinion of Gorgias, not as his own. Cicero, in more than one passage, defined the duty of an orator as speaking in a persuasive manner. In his Rhetorica, too, a work which it is clear gave him no satisfaction, he makes the end to be persuasion. But many other things have the power of persuasion, such as money, influence, the authority and rank of the speaker, or even some sight unsupported by language, when, for instance, the place of words is supplied by the memory of some individual's great deeds, by his lamentable appearance, or the beauty of his person. Thus, when Antonius, in the course of his defence of Manius Aquilius, tore open his client's robe and revealed the honourable scars which he had acquired while facing his country's foes, he relied no longer on the power of his eloquence, but appealed directly to the eyes of the Roman people, and it is believed that they were so profoundly moved by the sight as to acquit the accused. Again, there is a speech of Cato, to mention no other records, which informs us that Servius Galba escaped condemnation solely by the pity which he aroused, not only by producing his own young children before the assembly, but by carrying round in his arms the son of Sulpicius Gallus. So also, according to general opinion, Phryne was saved, not by the eloquence of Hyperides, admirable as it was, but by the sight of her exquisite body, which she further revealed by drawing aside her tunic. And if all these have power to persuade, the end of oratory which we are discussing cannot adequately be defined as persuasion. Consequently, those who, although holding the same general view of rhetoric, have regarded as the power of persuasion by speaking, pride themselves on their greater exactness of language. This definition is given by Gorgias in the dialogue mentioned above, under compulsion from the inexorable logic of Socrates. Theodectes agrees with him, whether the treatise on rhetoric which has come down to us under his name is really by him, or, as is generally believed, by Aristotle. In that work, the end of rhetoric is defined as the leading of men by the power of speech to the conclusion desired by the orator. But even this definition is not sufficiently comprehensive, since others besides orators persuade by speaking, or lead others to the conclusion desired, as for example harlots, flatterers, and seducers. And yet Apollodorus is not very far off this definition, when he asserts that the first and all-important task of forensic oratory is to persuade the judge and lead his mind to the conclusions desired by the speaker. For even Apollodorus makes the orator the sport of fortune, by refusing him leave to retain his title if he fails to persuade. Some, on the other hand, pay no attention to results, as for example Aristotle, who says rhetoric is the power of discovering all means of persuading by speech. This definition has not merely the fault already mentioned, but the additional defect of including merely the power of invention, which, without style, cannot possibly constitute oratory. Hermagoras, who asserts that its end is to speak persuasively, and others who express the same opinion, though in different words, and inform us that the end is to say everything which ought to be said with a view to persuasion, have been sufficiently answered above, when I proved that persuasion was not the privilege of the orator alone. Various additions have been made to these definitions, for some hold that rhetoric is concerned with everything, while some restrict its activity to politics. The question as to which of these views is nearer to the truth shall be discussed later in its appropriate place. Aristotle seems to have implied that the sphere of the orator was all-inclusive when he defined rhetoric as the power to detect every element in any given subject which might conduce to persuasion. So too does Patroclus, who omits the words "in any given subject," but since he excludes nothing, shows that his view is identical. For he defines rhetoric as the power to discover whatever is persuasive in speech. These definitions, like that quoted above, include no more than the power of invention alone. Theodorus avoids this fault, and holds that it is the power to discover and to utter forth in elegant language whatever is credible in every subject of oratory. But while others besides orators may discover what is credible as well as persuasive by adding the words "in every subject," he, to a greater extent than the others, concedes the fairest name in all the world to those who use their gifts as an incitement to crime. Plato makes Gorgias say that he is a master of persuasion in the law courts and other assemblies, and that his themes are justice and injustice, while in reply Socrates allows him the power of persuading, but not of teaching. Those who refused to make the sphere of oratory all-inclusive have been obliged to make somewhat forced and long-winded distinctions. Among these I may mention Ariston, the pupil of the peripatetic Critolaus, who produced the following definition: Rhetoric is the science of seeing and uttering what ought to be said on political questions in language that is likely to prove persuasive to the people. Being a peripatetic, he regards it as a science, not, like the Stoics, as a virtue, while in adding the words "likely to prove persuasive to the people," he inflicts a positive insult on oratory, in implying that it is not likely to persuade the learned. The same criticism will apply to all those who restrict oratory to political questions, for they exclude thereby a large number of the duties of an orator, as for example panegyric, the third department of oratory, which is entirely ignored. Turning to those who regard rhetoric as an art but not as a virtue, we find that Theodorus of Gadara is more cautious, for he says, I quote the words of his translators: "Rhetoric is the art which discovers and judges and expresses, with an elegance duly proportioned to the importance of all such elements of persuasion as may exist in any subject in the field of politics." Similarly, Cornelius Celsus defines the end of rhetoric as "to speak persuasively on any doubtful subject within the field of politics." Similar definitions are given by others, such for instance as the following: Rhetoric is the power of judging and holding forth on such political subjects as come before it with a certain persuasiveness, a certain action of the body and delivery of the words. There are countless other definitions, either identical with this or composed of the same elements, which I shall deal with when I come to the questions concerned with the subject matter of rhetoric. Some regard it as neither a power, a science, or an art. Critolaus calls it the practice of speaking, for this is the meaning of tribé. Athenaeus styles it the art of deceiving, while the majority, content with reading a few passages from the Gorgias of Plato, unskilfully excerpted by earlier writers, refrain from studying that dialogue and the remainder of Plato's writings, and thereby fall into serious error. For they believe that in Plato's view rhetoric was not an art, but a certain adroitness in the production of delight and gratification, or, with reference to another passage, the shadow of a small part of politics, and the fourth department of flattery. For Plato assigns two departments of politics to the body, namely law and justice, while he styles the art of cookery a form of flattery of medicine, the art of the slave dealer a flattery of gymnastic, for they produce a false complexion by the use of paint, and a false robustness by puffing them out with fat. Sophistry he calls a dishonest counterfeit of legal science, and rhetoric of justice. All these statements occur in the Gorgias, and are uttered by Socrates, who appears to be the mouthpiece of the views held by Plato. But some of his dialogues were composed merely to refute his opponents, and are styled refutative, while others are for the purpose of teaching, and are called doctrinal. Now, it is only rhetoric as practised in their own day that is condemned by Plato or Socrates, for he speaks of it as the manner in which you engage in public affairs. Rhetoric in itself he regards as a genuine and honorable thing, and consequently the controversy with Gorgias ends with the words, "The rhetorician therefore must be just, and the just man desires to do what is just." To this Gorgias makes no reply, but the argument is taken up by Polus, a hot-headed and headstrong young fellow, and it is to him that Socrates makes his remarks about shadows and forms of flattery. Then Callicles, who is even more hot-headed, intervenes, but is reduced to the conclusion that he would truly be a rhetorician ought to be just and possess a knowledge of justice. It is clear, therefore, that Plato does not regard rhetoric as an evil, but holds that true rhetoric is impossible for any save a just and good man. In the Phaedrus he makes it even clearer that the complete attainment of this art is impossible without the knowledge of justice, an opinion in which I heartily concur. Had this not been his view, would he have ever written the Apology of Socrates, or the funeral oration in praise of those who had died in battle for their country, both of them works falling within the sphere of oratory? It was against the class of men who employ their glibness of speech for evil purposes that he directed his denunciations. Similarly, Socrates thought it incompatible with his honor to make use of the speech which Lysias composed for his defense, although it was the usual practice in those days to write speeches for the parties concerned to speak in the courts on their own behalf, a device designed to circumvent the law which forbade the employment of advocates. Further, the teachers of rhetoric were regarded by Plato as quite unsuited to their professed task, for they divorced rhetoric from justice, and preferred plausibility to truth, as he states in the Phaedrus. Cornelius Celsus seems to have agreed with these early rhetoricians, for he writes, "The orator only aims at the semblance of truth," and again a little later, "The reward of the party to a suit is not a good conscience, but victory." If this were true, only the worst of men would place such dangerous weapons at the disposal of criminals, or employ the precepts of their art for the assistance of the wickedness. However, I will leave those who maintain these views to consider what ground they have for so doing. For my part, I have undertaken the task of molding the ideal orator, and as my first desire is that he should be a good man, I will return to those who have sounder opinions on the subject. Some, however, identify rhetoric with politics. Cicero calls it a department of the science of politics, and science of politics and philosophy are identical terms, while others again call it a branch of philosophy, among them Isocrates. The definition which best suits its real character is that which makes rhetoric the science of speaking well. For this definition includes all the virtues of oratory, and the character of the orator as well, since no man can speak well who is not good himself. The definition given by Chrysippus, who derived it from Cleanthes, to the effect that it is the science of speaking rightly, amounts to the same thing. The same philosopher also gives other definitions, but they concern problems of a different character from that on which we are now engaged. Another definition defines oratory as the power of persuading men to do what ought to be done, and yields practically the same sense, save that it limits the art to the result which it produces. Arius, again, defines it well as speaking according to the excellence of speech. Those regard it as the science of political obligations also exclude men of bad character from the title of orator, if by science they mean virtue, but restrict it overmuch by confining it to political problems. Albutius, a distinguished author and professor of rhetoric, agrees that rhetoric is the science of speaking well, but makes a mistake in imposing restrictions by the addition of words on political questions and with credibility. With both of these restrictions I have already dealt. Finally, those critics who hold that the aim of rhetoric is to think and speak rightly were on the correct track. These are practically all the most celebrated and most discussed definitions of rhetoric. It would be both irrelevant and beyond my power to deal with all, for I strongly disapprove of the custom which has come to prevail among writers of textbooks of refusing to define anything in the same terms as have been employed by some previous writer. I will have nothing to do with such ostentation. What I say will not necessarily be my own invention, but it will be what I believe to be the right view, as, for instance, that oratory is the science of speaking well. For when the most satisfactory definition has been found, he who seeks another is merely looking for a worse one. This much being admitted, we are now in a position to see clearly what is the end, the highest aim, the ultimate goal of rhetoric, that telos, in fact, which every art must possess. For if rhetoric is the science of speaking well, its end and highest aim is to speak well. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. There follows the question as to whether rhetoric is useful. Some are in the habit of denouncing it most violently and of shamelessly employing the powers of oratory to accuse oratory itself. It is eloquence, they say, that snatches criminals from the penalties of the law, eloquence that, from time to time, secures the condemnation of the innocent and leads deliberation astray, eloquence that stirs up not merely sedition and popular tumult, but wars beyond all expiation, and that is most effective when it makes falsehood prevail over the truth. The comic poets even accuse Socrates of teaching how to make the worse cause seem the better, while Plato says that Gorgias and Tisias made similar professions. And to these they add further examples drawn from the history of Rome and Greece, enumerating all those who used their pernicious eloquence, not merely against individuals, but against whole states, and threw an ordered commonwealth into a state of turmoil, or even brought it to utter ruin. And they point out that for this very reason rhetoric was banished from Sparta, while its powers were cut down at Athens itself by the fact that an orator was forbidden to stir the passions of his audience. On the showing of these critics, not only orators, but generals, magistrates, medicine, and philosophy will all be useless. For Flaminius was a general, while men such as the Gracchi, Saturninus, and Glossia were magistrates. Doctors have been caught using poisons, and those who falsely assume the name of philosopher have occasionally been detected in the gravest crimes. Let us give up eating, it often makes us ill. Let us never go inside houses, for sometimes they collapse on their occupants. Let never a sword be forged for a soldier, since it might be used by a robber. And who does not realize that fire and water, both necessities of life, and to leave merely earthly things, even the sun and moon, the greatest of the heavenly bodies, are occasionally capable of doing harm? On the other hand, will it be denied that it was by his gift of speech that Appius the blind broke off the dishonorable peace which was on the point of being concluded with Pyrrhus? Did not the divine eloquence of Cicero win popular applause even when he denounced the agrarian laws? Did it not crush the audacious plots of Catiline, and win, while he still wore the garb of civil life, the highest honor that can be conferred on a victorious general, a public thanksgiving to heaven? Has not oratory often revived the courage of a panic-stricken army, and persuaded the soldier, faced by all the perils of war, that glory is a fairer thing than life itself? Nor shall the history of Sparta and Athens move me more than that of the Roman people, who have always held the orator in highest honor. Never, in my opinion, would the founders of cities have induced their unsettled multitudes to form communities, had they not moved them by the magic of their eloquence. Never, without the highest gifts of oratory, would the great legislators have constrained mankind to submit themselves to the yoke of law. Nay, even the principles which should guide our life, however fair they may be by nature, yet have greater power to mould the mind to virtue, when the beauty of things is illumined by the splendor of eloquence. Wherefore, although the weapons of oratory may be used either for good or ill, it is unfair to regard that as an evil which can be employed for good. These problems, however, may be left to those who hold that rhetoric is the power to persuade. If our definition of rhetoric as the science of speaking well implies that an orator must be a good man, there can be no doubt about its usefulness. And in truth that God, who was in the beginning the Father of all things and the architect of the universe, distinguished men from all other living creatures that are subject to death by nothing more than this, that he gave him the gift of speech. For as regard physical bulk, strength, robustness, endurance, or speed, man is surpassed in certain cases by dumb beasts, who also are far more independent of external assistance. They know by instinct, without need of any teacher, how to move rapidly, to feed themselves and swim. Many too have their bodies clothed against cold, possess natural weapons, and have not to search for their food, whereas in all these respects man's life is full of toil. Reason then was the greatest gift of the Almighty, who willed that we should share its possession with the immortal gods. But reason by itself would help us but little, and would be far less evident in us, had we not the power to express our thoughts in speech. For it is the lack of this power, rather than thought and understanding, which they do to a certain exercise possess, that is the great defect in other living things. The construction of a soft lair, the weaving of nests, the hatching and rearing of their young, and even the storing up of food for the coming winter, together with certain other achievements which we cannot imitate, such as the making of honey and wax, all these perhaps indicate the possession of a certain degree of reason. But since the creatures that do these things lack the gift of speech, they are called dumb and unreasoning beasts. Finally, how little the heavenly boon of reason avails those who are born dumb! If therefore we have received no fairer gift from heaven than speech, what shall we regard as so worthy of laborious cultivation? Or in what should we sooner desire to excel our fellow men than that in which mankind excels all other living things? And we should be all at more eager to do so, since there is no art which yields a more grateful recompense for the labor bestowed upon it. This will be abundantly clear if we consider the origins of oratory and the progress it has made, and it is capable of advancing still further. I will not stop to point out how useful and how becoming a task it is for a good man to defend his friends, to guide the Senate by his counsels, and to lead peoples or armies to follow his bidding. I merely ask, is it not a noble thing by employing the understanding which is common to mankind, and the words that are used by all, to win such honor and glory that you seem not to speak or plead, but rather, as was said of Pericles, to thunder and lighten. End of chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. However, if I were to indulge my own inclinations in expatiating on this subject, I should go on forever. Let us therefore pass to the next question, and consider whether rhetoric is an art. No one of those who have laid down rules for oratory has ever doubted that it is an art. It is clear, even from the titles of their books, that their theme is the art of rhetoric, while Cicero defines rhetoric as artistic eloquence. And it is not merely the orators who have claimed this distinction for their studies, with a view to giving them an additional title to respect, but the Stoic and Peripatetic philosophers, for the most part, agree with them. Indeed, I will confess that I had doubts as to whether I should discuss this portion of my inquiry, for there is no one, I will not say so unlearned, but so devoid of ordinary sense, as to hold that building, weaving, or moulding vessels from clay are arts, and at the same time to consider that rhetoric, which, as I have already said, is the noblest and most sublime of tastes, has reached such a lofty eminence without the assistance of art. For my own part, I think that those who have argued against this view did not realize what they were saying, but merely desired to exercise their wits by the selection of a difficult theme, like Polycrates when he praised Busiris and Clytemnestra. I may add that he is credited with a not dissimilar performance, namely, the composition of a speech which was delivered against Socrates. Some would have it that rhetoric is a natural gift, though they admit that it can be developed by practice. So Antonius, in the De Oratore of Cicero, styles it a knack derived from experience, but denies that it is an art. This statement is, however, not intended to be accepted by us as the actual truth, but is inserted to make Antonius speak in character, since he was in the habit of concealing his art. Still Lysias is said to have maintained the same view, which is defended on the ground that uneducated persons, barbarians and slaves, when speaking on their own behalf, say something that resembles an exordium, state the facts of the case, prove, refute, and plead for mercy, just as an orator does in his peroration. To this is added the quibble that nothing that is based on art can have existed before the art in question, whereas men have always, from time immemorial, spoken in their own defense or in denunciation of others. The teaching of rhetoric as an art was, they say, a later invention, dating from about the time of Tisias and Corax. Oratory, therefore, existed before art, and consequently cannot be an art. For my part, I am not concerned with the date when oratory began to be taught. Even in Homer we find Phoenix as an instructor, not only of conduct, but of speaking. While a number of orators are mentioned, the various styles are represented by the speeches of 3 of the chiefs, and the young men are set to contend among themselves in contests of eloquence. Moreover, lawsuits and pleaders are represented in the engravings on the shield of Achilles. It is sufficient to call attention to the fact that everything which art has brought to perfection originated in nature. Otherwise we might deny the title of art to medicine, which was discovered from the observation of sickness and health, and according to some is entirely based upon experiment. Wounds were bound up long before medicine developed into an art, and fevers were reduced by rest and abstention from food, long before the reason for such treatment was known, simply because the state of the patient's health left no choice. So too, building should not be styled an art, for primitive man built himself a hut without the assistance of art. Music, by the same reasoning, is not an art, for every race indulges in some kind of singing and dancing. If therefore any kind of speech is to be called eloquence, I will admit that it existed before it was an art. If, on the other hand, not every man that speaks is an orator, and primitive men did not speak like an orator, my opponents must needs acknowledge that oratory is the product of art and did not exist before it. This conclusion also rules out their argument that men speak who have never learned how to speak, and that which a man does untaught can have no connection with art. In support of this contention, they adduce the fact that Demades was a waterman and Aeschines an actor, but both were orators. The reasoning is false, for no man can be an orator untaught, and it would be truer to say that these orators learned oratory late in life than that they never learnt at all, although, as a matter of fact, Aeschines had an acquaintance with literature from childhood, since his father was a teacher of literature, while as regards Demades it is quite uncertain that he never studied rhetoric, and in any case continuous practice in speaking was sufficient to bring him to such proficiency as he attained, for experience is the best of all schools. On the other hand, it may fairly be asserted that he would have achieved greater distinction if he had received instruction, for although he delivered his speeches with great effect, he never ventured to write them for others. Aristotle, it is true, in his Gryllus, produces some tentative arguments to the contrary, which are marked by characteristic ingenuity. On the other hand, he also wrote 3 books on the art of rhetoric, in the first of which he not merely admits that rhetoric is an art, but treats it as a department of politics and also of logic. Critolaus and Athenodorus of Rhodes have produced many arguments against this view, while Agnon renders himself suspect by the very title of his book, in which he proclaims that he is going to indict rhetoric. As to the statements of Epicurus on this subject, they cause me no surprise, for he is the foe of all systematic training. These gentlemen talk a great deal, but the arguments on which they base their statements are few. I will therefore select the most important of them, and will deal with them briefly, to prevent the discussion lasting to all eternity. Their first contention is based on the subject matter, for they assert that all arts have their own subject matter, which is true, and go on to say that rhetoric has none, which I shall show in what follows to be false. Another slander is to the effect that no art will acquiesce in false opinions, since an art must be based on direct perception, which is always true. Now, say they, rhetoric does give its assent to false conclusions, and is therefore not an art. I will admit that rhetoric sometimes substitutes falsehood for truth, but I will not allow that it does so because its opinions are false, since there is all the difference between holding a certain opinion oneself and persuading someone else to adopt an opinion. For instance, a general frequently makes use of falsehood. Hannibal, when hemmed in by Fabius, persuaded his enemy that he was in retreat by tying brushwood to the horns of oxen, setting fire to them by night, and driving the herds across the mountains opposite. But though he deceived Fabius, he himself was fully aware of the truth. Again, when the Spartan Theopompus changed clothes with his wife and escaped from custody disguised as a woman, he deceived his guards, but was not for a moment deceived as to his own identity. Similarly, an orator, when he substitutes falsehood for the truth, is aware of the falsehood and of the fact that he is substituting it for the truth. He therefore deceives others, but not himself. When Cicero boasted that he had thrown dust in the eyes of the jury in the case of Quintilian, he was far from being blinded himself. And when a painter, by his artistic skill, makes us believe that certain objects project from the picture, while others are withdrawn into the background, he knows perfectly well that they are all in the same plane. My opponents further assert that every art has some definite goal towards which it directs its efforts, but that rhetoric as a rule has no such goal, while at other times it professes to have an aim, but fails to perform its promise. They lie. I have already shown that rhetoric has a definite purpose, and have explained what it is. And, what is more, the orator will always make good his professions in this respect, for he will always speak well. On the other hand, this criticism may perhaps hold good as against those who think persuasion the end of oratory. But our orator and his art, as we define it, are independent of results. The speaker aims at victory, it is true, but if he speaks well, he has lived up to the ideals of his art, even if he is defeated. Similarly, a pilot will desire to bring his ship safe to harbor, but if he is swept out of his course by a storm, he will not for that reason cease to be a pilot, but will say in the well-known words of the old poet, "Still let me steer straight on." So too the doctor seeks to heal the sick, but if the violence of the disease, or the refusal of the patient to obey his regimen, or any other circumstance prevent his achieving his purpose, he will not have fallen short of the ideals of his art, provided he has done everything according to reason. So too the orator's purpose is fulfilled if he has spoken well. For the art of rhetoric, as I shall show later, is realized in action, not in the result obtained. From this it follows that there is no truth in yet another argument which contends that arts know when they have attained their end, whereas rhetoric does not. For every speaker is aware when he is speaking well. These critics also charge rhetoric with doing what no art does, namely, making use of vices to serve its ends, since it speaks the thing that is not and excites the passions. But there is no disgrace in doing either of these things, as long as the motive be good. Consequently, there is nothing vicious in such action. Even a philosopher is at times permitted to tell a lie, while the orator must needs excite the passions, if that be the only way by which he can lead the judge to do justice. For judges are not always enlightened, and often have to be tricked to prevent them falling into error. Give me philosophers as judges, pack senates and assemblies with philosophers, and you will destroy the power of hatred, influence, prejudice, and false witness. Consequently, there will be very little scope for eloquence, whose value will lie almost entirely in its power to charm. But if, as is the case, our hearers are fickle of mind, and truth is exposed to a host of perils, we must call in art to aid us in the fight, and employ such means as will help our cause. He who has been driven from the right road cannot be brought back to it save by a fresh detour. The point, however, that gives rise to the greatest number of these captious accusations against rhetoric is found in the allegation that orators speak indifferently on either side of a case, from which they draw the following arguments. No art is self-contradictory, but rhetoric does contradict itself. No art tries to demolish what itself has built, but this does happen in the operations of rhetoric. Or again, rhetoric teaches either what ought to be said or what ought not to be said. Consequently, it is not an art, because it teaches what ought not to be said, or because, while it teaches what ought to be said, it also teaches precisely the opposite. Now, it is obvious that all such charges are brought against that type of rhetoric with which neither good men nor virtue herself will have anything to do, since if a case be based on injustice, rhetoric has no place therein, and consequently it can scarcely happen, even under the most exceptional circumstances, that an orator, that is to say, a good man, will speak indifferently on either side. Still, it is in the nature of things conceivable that just causes may lead two wise men to take different sides, since it is held that wise men may fight among themselves, provided that they do so at the bidding of reason. I will therefore reply to their criticisms in such a way that it will be clear that these arguments have no force even against those who concede the name of orator to persons of bad character. For rhetoric is not self-contradictory. The conflict is between case and case, not between rhetoric and itself. And even if persons who have learned the same thing fight one another, that does not prove that what they have learned is not an art. Were that so, there could be no art of arms, since gladiators trained under the same master are often matched against each other. Nor would the pilot's art exist, because in sea fights pilots may be found on different sides. Nor yet could there be an art of generalship, since general is pitted against general. In the same way, rhetoric does not undo its own work. For the orator does not refute his own arguments, nor does rhetoric even do so, because those who regard persuasion as its end, or the two good men whom chance has matched against one another, seek merely for probabilities, and the fact that one thing is more credible than another does not involve contradiction between the two. There is no absolute antagonism between the probable and the more probable, just as there is none between that which is white and that which is whiter, or between that which is sweet and that which is sweeter. Nor does rhetoric ever teach that which ought not to be said, or that which is contrary to what ought to be said, but solely what ought to be said in each individual case. But though the orator will as a rule maintain what is true, this will not always be the case. There are occasions when the public interest demands that he should defend what is untrue. The following objections are also put forward in the second book of Cicero's De Oratore. Art deals with things that are known, but the pleading of an orator is based entirely on opinion, not on knowledge, because he speaks to an audience who do not know, and sometimes himself states things of which he has no actual knowledge. Now, one of these points, namely, whether the judges have knowledge of what is being said to them, has nothing to do with the art of oratory. The other statement, that art is concerned with things that are known, does, however, require an answer. Rhetoric is the art of speaking well, and the orator knows how to speak well. But, it is urged, he does not know whether what he says is true. Neither do they who assert that all things derive their origin from fire or water or the four elements or indivisible atoms, nor they who calculate the distances of the stars or the size of the earth and sun. And yet all these call the subject which they teach an art. But if reason makes them seem not merely to hold opinions, but, thanks to the cogency of the proofs adduced, to have actual knowledge, reason will do the same service to the orator. But, they say, he does not know whether the cause which he has undertaken is true. But not even a doctor can tell whether a patient who claims to be suffering from a headache really is so suffering, but he will treat him on the assumption that his statement is true, and medicine will still be an art. Again, What of the fact that rhetoric does not always aim at telling the truth, but always at stating what is probable? The answer is that the orator knows that what he states is no more than probable. My opponents further object that advocates often defend in one case what they have attacked in another. This is not the fault of the art, but of the man. Such are the main points that are urged against rhetoric. There are others as well, but they are of minor importance and drawn from the same sources. That rhetoric is an art may, however, be proved in a very few words. For if Cleanthes' definition be accepted, that art is a power reaching its ends by a definite path, that is, by ordered methods, no one can doubt that there is such method and order in good speaking. While if, on the other hand, we accept the definition which meets with almost universal approval, that art consists in perceptions agreeing and cooperating to the achievement of some useful end, we shall be able to show that rhetoric lacks none of these characteristics. Again, it is scarcely necessary for me to point out that, like other arts, it is based on examination and practice. And if logic is an art, as is generally agreed, rhetoric must also be an art, since it differs from logic in species rather than in genus. Nor must I omit to point out that where it is possible in any given subject for one man to act without art, and another with art, there must necessarily be an art in connection with that subject, as there must also be in any subject in which the man who has received instruction is the superior of him who has not. But as regards the practice of rhetoric, it is not merely the case that the trained speaker will get the better of the untrained, for even the trained man will prove inferior to one who received a better training. If this were not so, there would not be so many rhetorical rules, nor would so many great men have come forward to teach them. The truth of this must be acknowledged by everyone, but more especially by us, since we concede the possession of oratory to none save the good man. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Book 2, Chapters 18 to 21 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Some arts, however, are based on examination, that is to say, on the knowledge and proper appreciation of things, as for instance astronomy, which demands no action, but is content to understand the subject of its study. Such arts are called theoretical. Others again are concerned with action. This is their end, which is realized in action, so that the action once performed, nothing more remains to do. These arts we style practical, and dancing will provide us with an example. Thirdly, there are others which consist in producing a certain result and achieve their purpose in the completion of a visible task. Such we style productive, and painting may be quoted as an illustration. In view of these facts, we must come to the conclusion that, in the main, rhetoric is concerned with action, for in action it accomplishes that which it is its duty to do. This view is universally accepted, although in my opinion rhetoric draws largely on the two other kinds of art, for it may on occasion be content with the mere examination of a thing. Rhetoric is still in the orator's possession, even though he be silent, while if he gives up pleading, either designedly or owing to circumstances over which he has no control, he does not therefore cease to be an orator, any more than a doctor ceases to be a doctor when he withdraws from practice. Perhaps the highest of all pleasures is that which we derive from private study, and the only circumstances under which the delights of literature are unalloyed are when it withdraws from action, that is to say, from toil, and can enjoy the pleasure of self-contemplation. But in the results that the orator obtains by writing speeches or historical narratives, which we may reasonably count as part of the task of oratory, we shall recognize features resembling those of a productive art. Still, if rhetoric is to be regarded as one of these three classes of art, since it is with action that its practice is chiefly and most frequently concerned, let us call it an active or administrative art, the two terms being identical. Chapter 19. I quite realize that there is a further question as to whether eloquence derives most from nature or from education. This question really lies outside the scope of our inquiry, since the ideal orator must necessarily be the result of a blend of both. But I do regard it as of great importance that we should decide how far there is any real question on this point. For if we make an absolute divorce between the two, nature will still be able to accomplish much without the aid of education, while the latter is valueless without the aid of nature. If, on the other hand, they are blended in equal proportions, I think we shall find that the average orator owes most to nature, while the perfect orator owes more to education. We may take a parallel from agriculture. A thoroughly barren soil will not be improved even by the best cultivation, while good land will yield some useful produce without any cultivation. But in the case of really rich land, cultivation will do more for it than its own natural fertility. Had Praxiteles attempted to carve a statue out of a millstone, I should have preferred a rough block of Parian marble to any such statue. On the other hand, if the same artist had produced a finished statue from such a block of Parian marble, its artistic value would owe more to his skill than to the material. To conclude, nature is the raw material for education. The one forms, the other is formed. Without material, art can do nothing. Material without art does possess a certain value, while the perfection of art is better than the best material. Chapter 20. More important is the question whether rhetoric is to be regarded as one of the indifferent arts, which in themselves deserve neither praise nor blame, but are useful, or the reverse, according to the character of the artist, or whether it should, as not a few even among philosophers hold, be considered as a virtue. For my own part, I regard the practice of rhetoric, which so many have adopted in the past and still follow today, as either no art at all, or, as the Greeks call it, atechnia, for I see numbers of speakers, without the least pretension to method or literary training, rushing headlong in the direction in which hunger, or their natural shamelessness, calls them. Or else it is a bad art, such as is styled kakotechnia. For there have, I think, been many persons, and there are still some, who have devoted their powers of speaking to the destruction of their fellow men. There is also an unprofitable imitation of art, a kind of mataiotechnia, which is neither good nor bad, but merely involves a useless expenditure of labor, reminding one of the man who shot a continuous stream of vetch seeds from a distance through the eye of a needle, without ever missing his aim, and was rewarded by Alexander, who was a witness of the display, with the present of a bushel of vetch seeds, a most appropriate reward. It is to such men that I would compare those who spend their whole time at the expense of much study and energy in composing declamations which they aim at making as unreal as possible. The rhetoric, on the other hand, which I am endeavoring to establish, and the ideal of which I have in my mind's eye, that rhetoric which befits a good man, and is in a word the only true rhetoric, will be a virtue. Philosophers arrive at this conclusion by a long chain of ingenious arguments, but it appears to me to be perfectly clear from the simpler proof of my own invention which I will now proceed to set forth. The philosophers state the case as follows. If self-consistency as to what should and should not be done is an element of virtue, and it is to this quality that we give the name of prudence, the same quality will be revealed as regards what should be said and what should not be said. And if there are virtues of which nature has given us some rudimentary sparks, even before we were taught anything about them, as for instance justice, of which there are some traces even among peasants and barbarians, it is clear that man has been so formed from the beginning as to be able to plead on his own behalf, not, it is true, with perfection, but yet sufficiently to show that there are certain sparks of eloquence implanted in us by nature. The same nature, however, is not to be found in those arts which have no connection with virtue. Consequently, since there are two kinds of speech, the continuous, which is called rhetoric, and the concise, which is called dialectic, the relation between which was regarded by Zeno as being so intimate that he compared the latter to the closed fist, the former to the open hand, even the art of disputation will be a virtue. Consequently, there can be no doubt about oratory, whose nature is so much fairer and franker. I should like, however, to consider the point more fully and explicitly by appealing to the actual work of oratory. For how will the orator succeed in panegyric unless he can distinguish between what is honorable and the reverse? How can he urge a policy unless he has a clear perception of what is expedient? How can he plead in the law courts if he is ignorant of the nature of justice? Again, does not oratory call for courage, since it is often directed against the threats of popular turbulence, and frequently runs into peril through incurring the hatred of the great, while sometimes, as for instance in the trial of Milo, the orator may have to speak in the midst of a crowd of armed soldiers? Consequently, if oratory be not a virtue, perfection is beyond its grasp. If, on the other hand, each living thing has its own peculiar virtue, in which it excels the rest, or at any rate the majority, I may instance the courage of the lion and the swiftness of the horse, it may be regarded as certain that the qualities in which man excels the rest are, above all, reason and powers of speech. Why, therefore, should we not consider that the special virtue of man lies just as much in eloquence as in reason? It will be with justice, then, that Cicero makes Crassus say that eloquence is one of the highest virtues, and that Cicero himself calls it a virtue in his letters to Brutus and in other passages. But, it may be urged, a bad man will at times produce an exordium or a statement of facts, and will argue a case in a manner that leaves nothing to be desired. No doubt, even a robber may fight bravely without courage ceasing to be a virtue. Even a wicked slave may bear torture without a groan, and we may still continue to regard endurance of pain as worthy of praise. We can point to many acts which are identical with those of virtue, but spring from other sources. However, what I have said here must suffice, as I have already dealt with the question of the usefulness of oratory. Chapter 21. As to the material of oratory, some have asserted that it is speech, as for instance Gorgias in the Dialogue of Plato. If this view be accepted in the sense that the word speech is used of a discourse composed on any subject, then it is not the material, but the work, just as a statue is the work of the sculptor. For speeches, like statues, require art for their production. If, on the other hand, we interpret speech as indicating the words themselves, they can do nothing unless they are related to facts. Some again hold that the material consists of persuasive arguments, but they form part of the work, are produced by art, and require material themselves. Some say that political questions provide the material. The mistake made by these lies not in the quality of their opinion, but in its limitation. For political questions are material for eloquence, but not the only material. Some, on the ground that rhetoric is a virtue, make the material with which it deals to be the whole of life. Others, on the ground that life regarded as a whole does not provide material for every virtue, since most of them are concerned only with departments of life, justice, courage, and self-control, each having their own duties and their own end, would consequently restrict oratory to one particular department of life, and place it in the practical or pragmatic department of ethics, that is to say, the department of morals, which deals with the business of life. For my own part, and I have authority to support me, I hold that the material of rhetoric is composed of everything that may be placed before it as a subject for speech. Plato, if I read him aright, makes Socrates say to Gorgias that its material is to be found in things, not words, while in the Phaedrus he clearly proves that rhetoric is concerned not merely with law courts and public assemblies, but with private and domestic affairs as well. From which it is obvious that this was the view of Plato himself. Cicero also, in a passage of one of his works, states that the material of rhetoric is composed of the things which are brought before it, but makes certain restrictions as to the nature of these things. In another passage, however, he expresses his opinion that the orator has to speak about all kinds of things. I will quote his actual words. Although the very meaning of the name of the orator and the fact that he professes to speak well seem to imply a promise and undertaking that the orator will speak with elegance and fullness on any subject that may be put before him. And in another passage he says, "It is the duty of the true orator to seek out, hear, read, discuss, handle, and ponder everything that befalls in the life of men, since it is with this that the orator is concerned, and this that forms the material with which he has to deal." But this material, as we call it, that is to say, the things brought before it, has been criticized by some, at times on the ground that it is limitless, and sometimes on the ground that it is not peculiar to oratory, which they have therefore dubbed a discursive art, because all is grist that comes to its mill. I have no serious quarrel with these critics, for they acknowledge that rhetoric is concerned with every kind of material, though they deny that it has any peculiar material just because of that material's multiplicity. But in spite of this multiplicity, rhetoric is not unlimited in scope, and there are other minor arts whose material is characterized by the same multiplicity. Such, for instance, is architecture, which deals with everything that is useful for the purpose of building. Such, too, is the engraver's art, which works on gold, silver, bronze, iron. As for sculpture, its activity extends to wood, ivory, marble, glass, and precious stones, in addition to the materials already mentioned. And things which form the material for other artists do not, for that reason, cease forthwith to be material for rhetoric. For if I ask what is the material of the sculpture, I shall be told bronze. And if I ask what is the material of the maker of vessels, I refer to the craft styled chalkeotike by the Greeks. The answer will again be bronze. And yet there is all the difference in the world between vessels and statues. Similarly, medicine will not cease to be an art, because, like the art of the gymnast, it prescribes rubbing with oil and exercise, or because it deals with diet, like the art of cookery. Again, the objection that to discourse of what is good, expedient, or just is the duty of philosophy presents no difficulty. For when such critics speak of a philosopher, they mean a good man. Why should I feel surprised to find that the orator whom I identified with the good man deals with the same material? There is all the less reason, since I have already shown in the first book that philosophers only usurped this department of knowledge after it had been abandoned by the orators. It was always the peculiar property of rhetoric, and the philosophers are really trespassers. Finally, since the discussion of whatever is brought before it is the task of dialectic, which is really a concise form of oratory, why should not this task be regarded as also being the appropriate material for continuous oratory? There is a further objection made by certain critics who say, well, then, if an orator has to speak on every subject, he must be master of all the arts. I might answer this criticism in the words of Cicero, in whom I find the following passage: "In my opinion, no one can be an absolutely perfect orator unless he has acquired a knowledge of all important subjects and arts." I, however, regard it as sufficient that an orator should not be actually ignorant of the subject on which he has to speak. For he cannot have a knowledge of all causes, and yet he should be able to speak on all. On what then will he speak? On those which he has studied. Similarly, as regards the arts, he will study those concerning which he has to speak, as occasion may demand, and will speak on those which he has studied. What then, I am asked, will not a builder speak better on the subject of building, and a musician on music? Certainly, if the orator does not know what is the question at issue. Even an illiterate peasant, who is a party to a suit, will speak better on behalf of his case than an orator who does not know what the subject in dispute may be. But on the other hand, if the orator receive instruction from the builder or the musician, he will put forward what he has thus learned better than either, just as he will plead a case better than his client, once he has been instructed in it. The builder and the musician will, however, speak on the subject of their respective arts, if there should be any technical point which requires to be established. Neither will be an orator, but he will perform his task like an orator, just as when an untrained person binds up a wound, he will not be a physician, but he will be acting as one. It is suggested that such topics never crop up in panegyric, deliberative, or forensic oratory. When the question of the construction of a ported ostia came up for discussion, had not the orator to state his views? And yet it was a subject requiring the technical knowledge of the architect. Does not the orator discuss the question whether livid spots and swellings on the body are symptomatic of ill health or poison? And yet that is a question for the qualified physician. Will he not deal with measurements and figures? And yet we must admit that they form part of mathematics. For my part, I hold that practically all subjects are under certain circumstances liable to come up for treatment by the orator. If the circumstances do not occur, the subjects will not concern him. We were therefore right in asserting that the material of rhetoric is composed of everything that comes before the orator for treatment, an assertion which is confirmed by the practice of everyday speech. For when we have been given a subject on which to speak, we often preface our remarks by calling attention to the fact that the matter has been laid before us. Gorgias, indeed, felt so strongly that it was the orator's duty to speak on every subject, that he used to allow those who attended his lectures to ask him questions on any subjects they pleased. Hermagoras also asserted that the material of oratory lay in the cause and the questions it involved, thereby including every subject that can be brought before it. If he denies that general questions are the concern of oratory, he disagrees with me. But if they do concern rhetoric, that supports my contention. For there is nothing which may not crop up in a cause, or appear as a question for discussion. Aristotle himself, also by his tripartite division of oratory into forensic, deliberative, and demonstrative, practically brought everything into the orator's domain, since there is nothing that may not come up for treatment by one of these three kinds of rhetoric. A very few critics have raised the question as to what may be the instrument of oratory. My definition of an instrument is that without which the material cannot be brought into the shape necessary for the effecting of our object. But it is not the art which requires an instrument, but the artist. Knowledge needs no instruments, for it may be complete although it produces nothing, but the artist must have them. The engraver cannot work without his chisel, nor the painter without his brush. I shall therefore defer this question until I come to treat of the orator as distinct from his art. End of Book 2, Chapter 21. Book 3, Chapters 1 to 3 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 1. In the second book, the subject of inquiry was the nature and the end of rhetoric, and I proved to the best of my ability that it was an art, that it was useful, that it was a virtue, and that its material was all and every subject that might come up for treatment. I shall now discuss its origin, its component parts, and the method to be adopted in handling and forming our conception of each. For most authors of textbooks have stopped short of this. Indeed, Apollodorus confines himself solely to forensic oratory. I know that those who asked me to write this work were especially interested in that portion on which I am now entering, and which, owing to the necessity of examining a great diversity of opinions, at once forms by far the most difficult section of this work, and also, I fear, may be the least attractive to my readers, since it necessitates a dry exposition of rules. In other portions of this work I have attempted to introduce a certain amount of ornateness, not, I may say, to advertise my style. If I had wished to do that, I could have chosen a more fertile theme. But in order that I might thus do something to lure our young men to make themselves acquainted with those principles which I regarded as necessary to the study of rhetoric, for I hoped that by giving them something which was not unpleasant to read, I might induce a greater readiness to learn those rules which I feared might, by the dryness and aridity which must necessarily characterize their exposition, revolt their minds and offend their ears, which are nowadays grown somewhat over-sensitive. Lucretius has the same object in mind when he states that he has set forth his philosophical system in verse, for you will remember the well-known simile which he uses, quote, "And as physicians, when they seek to give a draught of bitter wormwood to a child, first smearing along the edge that rims the cup the liquid sweets of honey, golden-hued," and the rest. But I fear that this book will have too little honey and too much wormwood, and that, though the student may find it a healthy draught, it will be far from agreeable. I am also haunted by the further fear that it will be all the less attractive from the fact that most of the precepts which it contains are not original, but derived from others, and because it is likely to rouse the opposition of certain persons who do not share my views. For there are a large number of writers who, though they are all moving toward the same goal, have constructed different roads to it, and each drawn their followers into their own. The latter, however, approve of the path on which they have been launched, whatever its nature, and it's difficult to change the convictions implanted in boyhood, for the excellent reason that everybody prefers to have learned rather than to be in the process of learning. But, as will appear in the course of this book, there is an infinite diversity of opinions among writers on this subject, since some have added their own discoveries to those portions of the art which were still shapeless and unformed, and subsequently have altered even what was perfectly sound in order to establish a claim to originality. The first writer after those recorded by the poets who is said to have taken any steps in the direction of rhetoric is Empedocles, but the earliest writers of text-books are the Sicilians, Corax and Tisias, who were followed by another from the same island, namely Gorgias of Leontini, whom tradition asserts to have been the pupil of Empedocles. He, thanks to his length of days, for he lived to 109, flourished as the contemporary of many rhetoricians, was consequently the rival of those whom I have just mentioned, and lived on to survive Socrates. In the same period flourished Thrasymachus of Chalcedon, Prodicus of Cius, Protagoras of Abdera, for whose instructions, which he afterwards published in a text-book, Euathlus is said to have paid 10,000 denarii, Hippias of Elis, and Alcidama of Ele, whom Plato calls Palamedes. There was Antiphon also, who was the first to write speeches, and who also wrote a text-book, and is said to have spoken most eloquently in his own defense. Polycrates, who, as I have already said, wrote a speech against Socrates, and Theodorus of Byzantium, who was one of those called word artificers by Plato. Of these, Protagoras and Gorgias are said to have been the first to treat commonplaces, Prodicus, Hippias, Protagoras, and Thrasymachus the first to handle emotional themes. Cicero, in the Brutus, says that nothing in the ornate rhetorical style was ever committed to writing before Pericles, and that certain of his speeches are still extant. For my part, I have been unable to discover anything in the least worthy of his great reputation for eloquence, and am consequently the less surprised that there should be some who hold that he never committed anything to writing, and that the writings circulating under his name are the works of others. These rhetoricians had many successors, but the most famous of Gorgias' pupils was Isocrates, although our authorities are not agreed as to who was his teacher. I, however, accept the statement of Aristotle on the subject. From this point the roads begin to part. The pupils of Isocrates were eminent in every branch of study, and when he was already advanced in years, and he lived to the age of 98, Aristotle began to teach the art of rhetoric in his afternoon lectures, in which he frequently quoted the well-known line from the Philoctetus in the form, "Isocrates still speaks. 'Twere shame should I sit silent." Both Aristotle and Isocrates left textbooks on rhetoric, but that by Aristotle is the larger and contains more books. Theodectes, whose work I mentioned above, also lived about the same period, while Theophrastus, the pupil of Aristotle, produced some careful work on rhetoric. After him we may note that the philosophers, more especially the leaders of the Stoic and Peripatetic schools, surpassed even the rhetoricians in the zeal which they devoted to the subject. Hermagoras next carved out a path of his own, which numbers have followed. Of his rivals, Athenaeus seems to have approached him most nearly. Later still, much work was done by Apollonius Molon, Arius, Caecilius, and Dionysius of Halicarnassus. But the rhetoricians who attracted the most enthusiastic following were Apollodorus of Pergamus, who was the instructor of Augustus Caesar at Apollonia, and Theodorus of Gadara, who preferred to be called Theodorus of Rhodes. It is said that Tiberius Caesar, during his retirement in that island, was a constant attendant at his lectures. These rhetoricians taught different systems, and two schools have arisen known as the Apollodorians and the Theodorians, these names being modelled on the fashion of nomenclature in vogue with certain schools of philosophy. The doctrines of Apollodorus are best learned from his pupils, among whom Caius Valgius was the best interpreter of his master's views in Latin, Atticus in Greek. The only textbook by Apollodorus himself seems to be that addressed to Matthias, as his letter to Domitius does not acknowledge the other works attributed to him. The writings of Theodorus were more numerous, and there are some still living who have seen his pupil Hermagoras. The first Roman to handle the subject was, to the best of my belief, Marcus Cato, the famous censor, while after him Marcus Antonius began a treatise on rhetoric. I say began, because only this one work of his survives, and that is incomplete. He was followed by others of less note, whose names I will not omit to mention, should occasion demand. But it was Cicero who shed the greatest light not only on the practice, but on the theory of oratory, for he stands alone among Romans as combining the gift of actual eloquence with that of teaching the art. With him for predecessor, it would be more modest to be silent, but for the fact that he himself describes his Rhetorica as a youthful indiscretion, while in his later works on oratory he deliberately omitted the discussion of certain minor points on which instruction is generally desired. Cornificius wrote a good deal, Stertinius something, and the elder Gallio a little on the same subject. But Gallio's predecessors, Celsus and Linus, and in our own day Virginius, Pliny, and Tutilius, have treated rhetoric with greater accuracy. Even today we have some distinguished writers on oratory, who, if they had dealt with the subject or comprehensively, would have saved me the trouble of writing this book. But I will spare the names of the living. The time will come when they will reap their meed of praise, for their merits will endure to after generations, while the calumnies of envy will perish utterly. Still, although so many writers have preceded me, I shall not shrink from expressing my own opinion on certain points. I am not a superstitious adherent of any school, and as this book will contain a collection of the opinions of many different authors, it was desirable to leave it to my readers to select what they will. I shall be content if they praise me for my industry, wherever there is no scope for originality. Chapter 2. The question as to the origin of rhetoric need not keep us long. For who can doubt that mankind received the gift of speech from nature at its birth? For we can hardly go further back than that, while the usefulness of speech brought improvement and study, and finally method and exercise gave perfection. I cannot understand why some hold that the elaboration of speech originated in the fact that those who were in peril, owing to some accusation being made against them, set themselves to speak with studied care for the purpose of their own defense. This, however, though a more honorable origin, cannot possibly be the earlier, for accusation necessarily precedes defense. You might as well assert that the sword was invented for the purpose of self-defense and not for aggression. It was, then, nature that created speech, and observation that originated the art of speaking. Just as men discovered the art of medicine by observing that some things were healthy and some the reverse, so they observed that some things were useful and some useless in speaking, and noted them for imitation or avoidance, while they added certain other precepts according as their nature suggested. These observations were confirmed by experience, and each man proceeded to teach what he knew. Cicero, it is true, attributes the origin of oratory to the founders of cities and the makers of laws, who must needs have possessed the gift of eloquence. But why he thinks this the actual origin, I cannot understand, since there still exist certain nomad peoples without cities or laws, and yet members of these peoples perform the duties of ambassadors accuse and defend, and regard one man as a better speaker than another. Chapter 3. The art of oratory, as taught by most authorities, and those the best, consists of 5 parts: invention, arrangement, expression, memory, and delivery of action, the 2 latter terms being used synonymously. But all speech expressive of purpose involves also a subject and words. If such expression is brief and contained within the limits of one sentence, it may demand nothing more. But longer speeches require much more. For not only what we say and how we say it is of importance, but also the circumstances under which we say it. It is here that the need of arrangement comes in. But it will be impossible to say everything demanded by the subject, putting each thing in its proper place, without the aid of memory. It is for this reason that memory forms the 4th department. But a delivery which is rendered unbecoming either by voice or gesture spoils everything, and almost entirely destroys the effect of what is said. Delivery, therefore, must be assigned the 5th place. Those, and Albutius is among them, who maintain that there are only 3 departments on the ground that memory and delivery, for which I shall give instructions in their proper place, are given us by nature, not by art, may be disregarded, although Thrasymachus held the same views as regards delivery. Some have added a 6th department, subjoining judgment to invention, on the ground that it is necessary first to invent, and then to exercise our judgment. For my own part, I do not believe that invention can exist apart from judgment, since we do not say that a speaker has invented inconsistent, two-edged, or foolish arguments, but merely that he has failed to avoid them. It is true that Cicero in his Rhetorica includes judgment under invention, but in my opinion judgment is so inextricably mingled with the first 3 departments of rhetoric, for without judgment neither expression nor arrangement are possible, that I think that even delivery owes much to it. I say this with all the greater confidence because Cicero in his Partitiones Oratoriae arrives at the same 5-fold division of which I have just spoken. For after an initial division of oratory into invention and expression, he assigns matter and arrangement to invention, words and delivery to expression, and makes memory a 5th department, common to them all and acting as their guardian. Again, in the Orator, he states that eloquence consists of 5 things, and in view of the fact that this is a later work, we may accept this as his more settled opinion. Others, who seem to me to have been no less desirous than those mentioned above to introduce some novelty, have added order, although they had already mentioned arrangement, as though arrangement was anything else than the marshalling of arguments in the best possible order. Dion taught that oratory consisted only of invention and arrangement, but added that each of these departments was 2-fold in nature, being concerned with words and things, so that expression comes under invention and delivery under arrangement, while memory must be added as a 5th department. The followers of Theodorus divide invention into 2 parts, the one concerned with matter and the one with expression, and then add the 3 remaining departments. Hermagoras places judgment, division, order, and everything relating to expression under the heading of economy, a Greek word meaning the management of domestic affairs, which is applied metaphorically to oratory, and has no Latin equivalent. A further question arises at this point, since some make memory follow invention in the list of departments, while others make it follow arrangement. Personally, I prefer to place it 4th, For we ought not merely to retain in our minds the fruits of our invention, in order that we may be able to arrange them, or to remember our arrangement in order that we may express it, but we must also commit to memory the words which we propose to use, since memory embraces everything that goes to the composition of a speech. There are also not a few who have held that these are not parts of rhetoric, but rather duties to be observed by the orator, for it is his business to invent, arrange, express, etc. If, however, we accept this view, we leave nothing to art. For although the orator's task is to speak well, rhetoric is the science of speaking well. Or, if we adopt another view, the task of the artist is to persuade, while the power of persuasion resides in the art. Consequently, while it is the duty of the orator to invent and arrange, invention and arrangement may be regarded as belonging to rhetoric. At this point there has been much disagreement as to whether these are parts or duties of rhetoric, or, as Athenaeus believes, elements of rhetoric, which the Greeks call stoicheia. But they cannot correctly be called elements, for in that case we should have to regard them merely as first principles, like the moisture, fire, matter, or atoms of which the universe is said to be composed. Nor is it correct to call them duties, since they are not performed by others, but perform something themselves. We must therefore conclude that they are parts. For since rhetoric is composed of them, it follows that, since a whole consists of parts, these must be parts of the whole which they compose. Those who have called them duties seem to me to have been further influenced by the fact that they wished to reserve the name of parts for another division of rhetoric, for they asserted that the parts of rhetoric were panegyric, deliberative, and forensic oratory. But if these are parts, they are parts rather of the material than of the art. For each of them contains the whole of rhetoric, since each of them requires invention, arrangement, expression, memory, and delivery. Consequently, some writers have thought it better to say there are three kinds of oratory. Those whom Cicero has followed seem to me to have taken the wisest course in terming them kinds of causes. End of chapter 3. Book 3, chapters 4 and 5 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. There is, however, a dispute as to whether there are three kinds or more. But it is quite certain that all the most eminent authorities among ancient writers, following Aristotle, who merely substituted the term public for deliberative, have been content with the threefold division. Still, a feeble attempt has been made by certain Greeks and by Cicero in his De Oratore to prove that there are not merely more than three, but that the number of kinds is almost past calculation. And this view has almost been thrust down our throats by the greatest authority of our own times. Indeed, if we place the task of praise and denunciation in the third division, on what kind of oratory are we to consider ourselves to be employed, when we complain, console, pacify, excite, terrify, encourage, instruct, explain obscurities, narrate, plead for mercy, thank, congratulate, reproach, abuse, describe, command, retract, express our desires and opinions, to mention no other of the many possibilities? As an adherent of the older view, I must ask for indulgence, and must inquire what was the reason that led earlier writers to restrict a subject of such variety to such narrow bounds. Those who think such authorities in error hold that they were influenced by the fact that these three subjects practically exhausted the range of ancient oratory. For it was customary to write panegyrics and denunciations, and to deliver funeral orations, while the greater part of their activities was devoted to the law courts and deliberative assemblies. As a result, they say, the old writers of textbooks only included those kinds of oratory which were most in vogue. The defenders of antiquity point out that there are three kinds of audience: one which comes simply for the sake of getting pleasure; a second which meets to receive advice; a third to give judgment on causes. In the course of a thorough enquiry into the question, it has occurred to me that the tasks of oratory must either be concerned with the law courts or with themes lying outside the law courts. The nature of the questions into which enquiry is made in the courts is obvious. As regards those matters which do not come before a judge, they must necessarily be concerned either with the past or the future. We praise or denounce past actions; we deliberate about the future. Again, everything on which we have to speak must be either certain or doubtful. We praise or blame what is certain, as our inclination leads us. On the other hand, where doubt exists, in some cases we are free to form our own views, and it is here that deliberation comes in, while in others we leave the problem to the decision of others, and it is on these that litigation takes place. Anaximenes regarded forensic and public oratory as genera, but held that there were 7 species: exhortation, dissuasion, praise, denunciation, accusation, defense, inquiry, or, as he called it, exetastikon. The first 2, however, clearly belong to deliberative, the next to demonstrative, the 3 last to forensic oratory. I say nothing of Protagoras, who held that oratory was to be divided only into the following heads: question and answer, command and entreaty, or, as he calls it, euchole. Plato, in his Sophist, in addition to public and forensic oratory, introduces a third kind, which he styles prosomiletike, which I will permit myself to translate by conversational. This is distinct from forensic oratory, and is adapted for private discussions, and we may regard it as identical with dialectic. Isocrates held that praise and blame find a place in every kind of oratory. The safest and most rational course seems to be to follow the authority of the majority. There is, then, as I have said, one kind concerned with praise and blame, which, however, derives its name from the better of its 2 functions, and is called laudatory. Others, however, call it demonstrative. Both names are believed to be derived from the Greek, in which the corresponding terms are encomiastic and epidatic. The term epidatic seems to me, however, to imply display rather than demonstration, and to have a very different meaning from encomiastic. For although it includes laudatory oratory, it does not confine itself thereto. Will any one deny the title of epidatic to panegyric? But yet panegyrics are advisory in form, and frequently discuss the interests of Greece. We may therefore conclude that, while there are 3 kinds of oratory, all 3 devote themselves in part to the matter at hand, and in part to display. But it may be that Romans are not borrowing from Greek when they apply the term demonstrative, but are merely led to do so because praise and blame demonstrate the nature of the object with which they are concerned. The second kind is deliberative, the third forensic oratory. All other species fall under these 3 genera. You will not find one in which we have not to praise or blame, to advise or dissuade, to drive home or refute a charge, while conciliation, narration, proof, exaggeration, extenuation, and the molding of the minds of the audience by exciting or allaying their passions are common to all 3 kinds of oratory. I cannot even agree with those who hold that laudatory subjects are concerned with the question of what is honorable, deliberative with the question of what is expedient, and forensic with the question of what is just. The division thus made is easy and neat rather than true, for all three kinds rely on the mutual assistance of the other, for we deal with justice and expediency in panegyric, and with honor in deliberations, while you will rarely find a forensic case, in part of which at any rate something of those questions just mentioned is not to be found. Chapter 5. Every speech, however, consists at once of that which is expressed and that which expresses, that is to say, of matter and words. Skill in speaking is perfected by nature, art, and practice, to which some add a fourth department, namely, imitation, which I, however, prefer to include under art. There are also three aims which the orator must always have in view. He must instruct, move, and charm his hearers. This is a clearer division than that made by those who divide the task of oratory into that which relates to things and that which concerns the emotions, since both of these will not always be present in the subjects which we shall have to treat. For some themes are far from calling for any appeal to the emotions, which, although room cannot always be found for them, produce a most powerful effect wherever they do succeed in forcing their way. The best authorities hold that there are some things in oratory which require proof, and others which do not, a view with which I agree. Some, on the other hand, as for instance Celsus, think that the orator will not speak on any subject unless there is some question involved in it. But the majority of writers on rhetoric are against him, as is also the threefold division of oratory, unless indeed to praise what is allowed to be honorable and to denounce what is admittedly disgraceful are no part of an orator's duty. It is, however, universally agreed that all questions must be concerned either with something that is written or something that is not. Those concerned with what is written are questions of law. Those which concern what is not written are questions of fact. Hermagoras calls the latter rational questions, the former legal questions, for so we may translate logikon and nomikon. Those who hold that every question concerns either things or words mean much the same. It is also agreed that questions are either definite or indefinite. Indefinite questions are those which may be maintained or impugned without reference to persons, time, or place, and the like. The Greeks call them theses, Cicero propositions, others general questions relating to civil life, others again questions suited for philosophical discussion, while Athenaeus calls them parts of a cause. Cicero distinguishes two kinds, the one concerned with knowledge, the other with action. Thus, is the world governed by providence is a question of knowledge, while should we enter politics is a question of action. The first involves three questions: whether a thing is, what it is, and of what nature, for all these things may be unknown. The second involves two: how to obtain power and how to use it. Definite questions involve facts, persons, time, and the like. The Greeks call them hypotheses, while we call them causes. In these the whole question turns on persons and facts. An indefinite question is always the more comprehensive, since it is from the indefinite question that the definite is derived. I will illustrate what I mean by an example. The question, should a man marry, is indefinite. The question, should Cato marry, is definite, and consequently may be regarded as a subject for a deliberative theme. But even those which have no connection with particular persons are generally given a specific reference. For instance, the question, ought we to take a share in the government of our country, is abstract, whereas ought we to take part in the government of our country under the sway of a tyrant has a specific reference. But in this latter case we may say that a person is tacitly implied, for the mention of a tyrant doubles the question, and there is an implicit admission of time and quality. But all the same you would scarcely be justified in calling it a cause or definite question. Those questions which I have styled indefinite are also called general. If this is correct, we shall have to call definite questions special questions. But in every special question the general question is implicit, since the genus is logically prior to the species. And perhaps even in actual causes, wherever the notion of quality comes into question, there is a certain intrusion of the abstract. Milo killed Claudius. He was justified in killing one who lay in wait for him. Does this raise the general question as to whether we have the right to kill a man who lies in wait for us? What again of conjectures? May not they be of a general character, as for instance, what was the motive for the crime? Hatred? Covetousness? Or, are we justified in believing confessions made under torture? Or, which should carry greater weight, evidence or argument? As for definitions, everything that they contain is undoubtedly of a general nature. There are some that hold that even those questions which have reference to persons and particular cases may at times be called theses, provided only they are put slightly differently. For instance, if Orestes be accused, we shall have a cause, whereas if it is put as question, namely, was Orestes rightly acquitted, it will be a thesis. To the same class as this last belongs the question, was Cato right in transferring Marcia to Hortensius? These persons distinguish a thesis from a cause as follows. A thesis is theoretical in character, while a cause has relation to actual facts, since in the former case we argue merely with a view to abstract truth, while in the latter we have to deal with some particular act. Some, however, think that general questions are useless to an orator, since no profit is to be derived from proving that we ought to marry or to take part in politics, if we are prevented from so doing by age or ill health. But not all general questions are liable to this kind of objection. For instance, questions such as, is virtue an end in itself? Or, is the world governed by providence? Cannot be countered in this way. Further, in questions which have reference to a particular person, although it is not sufficiently merely to handle the general question, we cannot arrive at any conclusion on the special point until we have first discussed the general question. For how is Cato to deliberate whether he personally is to marry, unless the general question whether marriage is desirable is first settled? And how is he to deliberate whether he should marry Marcia, only it is proved that it is the duty of Cato to marry? There are, however, certain books attributed to Hermagoras which support this erroneous opinion, though whether the attribution is spurious or whether they were written by another Hermagoras is an open question. For they cannot possibly be by the famous Hermagoras, who wrote so much that was admirable on the art of rhetoric, since, as is clear from the first book of the Rhetorica of Cicero, he divided the material of rhetoric into theses and causes. Cicero objects to this division, contends that theses have nothing to do with an orator, and refers all this class of questions to the philosophers. But Cicero has relieved me of any feeling of shame that I might have in controverting his opinion, since he has not only expressed his disapproval of his Rhetorica, but in the Orator, the De Oratore, and the Topica, instructs us to abstract such discussions from particular persons and occasions, because we can speak more fully on general than on special themes, and because what is proved of the whole must also be proved of the part. In all general questions, however, the essential basis is the same as in a cause or definite question. It is further pointed out that there are some questions which concern things in themselves, while others have a particular reference. An example of the former will be the question, should a man marry? Of the latter, should an old man marry? Or again, the question whether a man is brave will illustrate the first, while the question whether he is braver than another will exemplify the second. Apollodorus defines a cause in the following terms. I quote the translation of his pupil Valgius. A cause is a matter which in all its parts bears on the question at issue. Or again, a cause is a matter of which the question in dispute is the object. He then defines a matter in the following terms. A matter is a combination of persons, circumstances of place and time, motives, means, incidents, acts, instruments, speeches, the letter and the spirit of the law. Let us then understand a cause in the sense of the Greek hypothesis, or subject, and a matter in the sense of the Greek peristasis, or collection of circumstances. But some, however, have defined a cause in the same way that Apollodorus defines a matter. Isocrates, on the other hand, defines a cause as some definite question concerned with some point of civil affairs or a dispute in which definite persons are involved, while Cicero uses the following words: a cause may be known by its being concerned with certain definite persons, circumstances of time and place, actions and business, and will relate either to all or at any rate to most of these. End of chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 1 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Since every cause, then, has a certain essential basis on which it rests, before I proceed to set forth how each kind of cause should be handled, I think I should first examine a question that is common to all of them, namely, what is meant by basis, whence it is derived, and how many and of what nature such bases may be. Some, it is true, have thought that they were peculiar merely to forensic themes, but their ignorance will stand revealed when I have treated of all three kinds of oratory. That which I call the basis, some style the constitution, others the question, and others again that which may be inferred from the question, while Theodorus calls it the most general head, kephalion genikotaton, to which everything must be referred. These different names, however, all mean the same thing, nor is it of the least importance to students by what special name things are called, as long as the thing itself is perfectly clear. The Greeks call this essential basis stasis, a name which they hold was not invented by Hermagoras, but, according to some, was introduced by Naucrates, the pupil of Isocrates, according to others by Topyrus of Clatomene, although Aeschines, in his speech against Ctesiphon, seems to employ the word, when he asks the jury not to allow Demosthenes to be irrelevant, but to keep him to the stasis or basis or case. The term seems to be derived from the fact that it is on it that the first collision between the parties to the dispute takes place, or that it forms the basis or standing of the whole case. So much for the origin of the name. Now for its nature. Some have defined the basis as being the first conflict of the causes. The idea is correct, but the expression is faulty. For the essential basis is not the first conflict which we may represent by the clauses "you did such and such a thing," and I did not do it. It is rather the kind of question which arises from the first conflict, which we may represent as follows: You did it. I did not. Did he do it? Or, You did this. I did not do this. What did he do? It is clear from these examples that the first sort of question depends on conjecture, the second on definition, and that the contending parties rest their respective cases on these points. The basis of these questions will therefore be of a conjectural or definitive character, respectively. Suppose it should be asserted that sound is the conflict between two bodies. The statement would, in my opinion, be erroneous, for sound is not the actual conflict, but a result of the conflict. The error is, however, of small importance, for the sense is clear, whatever the expression. But this trivial mistake has given rise to a very serious error in the minds of those who have not understood what was meant. For, on reading that the essential basis was the first conflict, they immediately concluded that the basis was always to be taken from the first question, which is a grave mistake. For every question has its basis, since every question is based on assertion by one party and denial by another. But there are some questions which form an essential part of causes, and it is on these that we have to express an opinion, while others are introduced from without, and are, strictly speaking, irrelevant, although they may contribute something of a subsidiary nature to the general contention. It is for this reason that there are said to be several questions in one matter of dispute. Of these questions, it is often the most trivial which occupies the first place, for it is a frequent artifice to drop those points in which we place least confidence as soon as we have dealt with them. Sometimes we make a free gift of them to our opponents, while sometimes we are content to use them as a step to arguments which are of greater importance. A simple cause, however, although it may be defended in various ways, cannot have more than one point on which a decision has to be given, and consequently the basis of the cause will be that point which the orator sees to be the most important for him to make, and on which the judge sees that he must fix all his attention. For it is on this that the cause will stand or fall. On the other hand, questions may have more bases than one. A brief example will show what I mean. When the accused says, "Admitting that I did it, I was right to do it," he makes the basis one of quality. But when he adds, "But I did not do it," he introduces an element of conjecture. But denial of the facts is always the stronger line of defense, and therefore I conceive the basis to reside in that which I should say if I were confined to one single line of argument. We are right, therefore, in speaking of the first conflict of causes in contradiction to the conflict of questions. For instance, in the first portion of his speech on behalf of Rabirius Postumus, Cicero contends that the action cannot lie against a Roman knight, while in the second he asserts that no money ever came into his client's hands. Still, I should say that the basis was to be found in the latter, as being the stronger of the two. Again, in the case of Milo, I do not consider that the conflict is raised by the opening questions, but only when the orator devotes all his powers to prove that Claudius lay in wait for Milo, and was therefore rightly killed. The point on which, above all, the orator must make up his mind, even although he may be going to take up various lines of argument in support of his case, is this: what is it that he wishes most to impress upon the mind of the judge? But although this should be the first point for his consideration, it does not follow that it should be the first that he will make in his actual speech. Others have thought that the basis lay in the first point raised by the other side in its defense. Cicero expresses this view in the following words: "The argument on which the defense first takes its stand with a view to rebutting the charge." This involves a further question as to whether the basis can only be determined by the defense. Cornelius Celsus is strongly against this view, and asserts that the basis is derived not from the denial of the charge, but from him who affirms his proposition. Thus, if the accused denies that anyone has been killed, the basis will originate with the accuser, because it is the latter who desires to prove. If, on the other hand, the accused asserts that the homicide was justifiable, the burden of proof has been transferred, and the basis will proceed from the accused and be affirmed by him. I do not, however, agree, for the contrary is nearer to the truth, that there is no point of dispute if the defendant makes no reply, and that consequently the basis originates with the defendant. But in my opinion, the origin of the basis varies and depends on the circumstances of the individual case. For instance, in conjectural causes, the affirmation may be regarded as determining the basis, since conjecture is employed by the plaintiff rather than the defendant, and consequently some have styled the basis originated by the latter negative. Again, in any syllogism, the whole of the reasoning proceeds from him who affirms. But on the other hand, he who in such cases denies appears to impose the burden of dealing with such basis upon his opponent. For if he says, "I did not do it," he will force his opponent to make use of conjecture, and again, if he says, "The law is against you," he will force him to employ the syllogism. Therefore, we must admit that a basis can originate in denial. All the same, we are left with our previous conclusion, that the basis is determined in some cases by the plaintiff, in some by the defendant. Suppose the accuser to affirm that the accused is guilty of homicide. If the accused denies the charge, it is he who will determine the basis. Or again, if he admits that he has killed a man, but states that the victim was an adulterer and justifiably killed, and we know that the law permits homicide under these circumstances, there is no matter in dispute, unless the accuser has some answer to make. Suppose the accuser does answer, however, and deny that the victim was guilty of adultery. It will be the accuser that denies, and it is by him that the basis is determined. The basis, then, will originate in the first denial of facts, but that denial is made by the accuser and not the accused. Again, the same question may make the same person either accuser or accused. He who has exercised the profession of actor is under no circumstances to be allowed a seat in the first 14 rows of the theatre. An individual who had performed before the praetor in his private gardens, but had never been presented on the public stage, has taken his seat in one of the 14 rows. The accuser, of course, affirms that he has exercised the profession of an actor. The accused denies that he has exercised the profession. The question then arises as to the meaning of the exercise of the profession of actor. If he is accused under the law regarding the seats in the theatre, the denial will proceed from the accused. If, on the other hand, he is turned out of the theatre and demands compensation for assault, the denial will be made by the accuser. The view of the majority of the writers on this subject will, however, hold good in most cases. Some have evaded these problems by saying that a basis is that which emerges from affirmations and denials, such as you did it, I did not do it, or I was justified in doing it. But let us see whether this is the basis itself, or rather that in which the basis is to be found. Hermagoras calls a basis that which enables the matter in question to be understood, and to which the proofs of the parties concerned will also be directed. My own opinion has always been that, whereas there are frequently different bases of questions in connection with a cause, the basis of the cause itself is its most important point on which the whole matter turns. If anyone prefers to call the general question or general head of the cause, I shall not quarrel with him, any more than I have done hitherto if he produced a different technical term to express the same thing, although I know that whole volumes have been written on such disputes. I prefer, however, to call it the basis. There is the greatest possible disagreement among writers about this as about everything else, but in this case, as elsewhere, they seem to me to have been misled by a passion for saying something different from their fellow teachers. As a result, there is still no agreement as to the number and names of bases, nor as to which are general and which special. To begin with, Aristotle lays down that there are 10 categories on which every question seems to turn. First there is ousia, which Plautus calls essence, the only available translation. Under this category we inquire whether a thing is. Secondly, there is quality, the meaning of which is self-evident. Third comes quantity, which was subdivided by later philosophers as dealing with two questions as to magnitude and number. Next, relation, involving questions of competence and comparison. This is followed by when and where. Then come doing, suffering, and possessing, which, for example, are concerned with a person's being armed or clothed. Lastly comes keistai, or position, which means to be in a certain position, such for instance as being warm, standing, or angry. Of these categories, the first 4 concern basis, the remainder concern only certain topics for argument. Others make the number of categories to be 9. Person, involving questions concerning the mind, body, or external circumstances, which clearly has reference to the means by which we establish conjecture or quality. Time, or chronos, from which we get questions such as whether a child is born a slave, if his mother delivered of him while assigned to her creditors. Place, from which we get such disputes as to whether it is permissible to kill a tyrant in a temple, or whether one who has hidden himself at home can be regarded as an exile. Then comes time in another sense, called kairos by the Greeks, by which they refer to a period of time, such as summer or winter. Under this heading come problems such as that about the man who held high revel in a time of pestilence. Action, or praxis, to which they refer questions as to whether an act was committed wittingly or unwittingly, by accident or under compulsion, and the like. Number, which falls under the category of quantity, under which come questions such as whether the state owes Thrasybulus 30 talents for ridding it of the same number of tyrants. Cause, under which heading come a large number of disputes, whenever a fact is not denied, but the defense pleads that the act was just and reasonable. Tropos, or manner, which is involved when a thing is said to have been done in one way when it might have been done in another. Under this category come cases of such as that of the adulterer who is scourged with thongs or starved to death. Opportunity for action, the meaning of which is too obvious to need explanation or illustration. The Greeks, however, call it ergon aphormai. These authorities, like Aristotle, hold that no question can arise which does not come under one of these heads. Some subtract two of them, namely number and opportunity, and substitute for what I have called action, things, or in Greek pragmata. I have thought it sufficient to notice these doctrines, for fear someone might complain of their omission. Still, I do not consider that bases are sufficiently determined by these categories, nor that the latter cover every possible kind of topic, as will be clear to any that read carefully what I have to say on both points. For there will be found to be many topics that are not covered by these categories. I find it stated in many authors that some rhetoricians only recognize one kind of basis, the conjectural, but they have not mentioned who these rhetoricians are, nor have I been able to discover. They are, however, stated to have taken this view on the ground that all our knowledge is a matter of inference from indications. On this line of reasoning they might regard all bases as qualitative, because we inquire into the nature of the subject in every case. But the adoption of either view leads to inextricable confusion, nor does it matter whether one recognizes only one kind of basis or none at all, if all causes are of the same nature. Conjectura is derived from connicere, to throw together, because it implies the concentration of the reason on the truth. For this reason, interpreters of dreams and all other phenomena are called conjectores, conjecturers. But the conjectural basis has received more names than one, as will appear in the sequel. Some have recognized only two bases. Archidemus, for instance, admits only the conjectural and definitive, and refuses to admit the qualitative, since he held that questions of quality take the form of what is unfair, what is unjust, what is disobedience, which he terms questions about identity and difference. A different view was held by those who likewise only admitted two bases, but made them the negative and juridical. The negative basis is identical with that which we call the conjectural, to which some give the name of negative absolutely, others only in part, these latter holding that conjecture is employed by the accuser, denial only by the accused. The juridical is that known in Greek as dikaiologikos. But just as Archidemus would not recognize the qualitative basis, so these reject the definitive which they include in the juridical, holding that in these questions we have to enquire whether it is just that the act with which the accused is charged should be called sacrilege or theft or madness. Pamphilus held this opinion, but subdivided quality into several different species. The majority of later writers have classified bases as follows, involving, however, no more than a change of names: those dealing with ascertained facts, and those dealing with matters where there is doubt. For a thing must either be certain or uncertain. If it is uncertain, the basis will be conjectural; if certain, it will be some one of the other bases. Apollodorus says the same thing when he states that a question must either lie in things external, which give play to conjecture, or in our own opinions. The former he calls pragmatikos, the latter perienoias. The same is said by those who employ the terms aproleptos and proleptikos, that is to say, doubtful and presumptive, by this latter term meaning those facts which are beyond a doubt. Theodorus agrees with them, for he holds that the question is either as to whether such and such a thing is really so, or is concerned with the accidents of something which is an admitted fact, that is to say, it is either periousias or peris symbebekoton, for in all these cases the first basis is conjectural, while the second belongs to one of the other classes. As for these other classes of bases, Apollodorus holds that there are two, one concerned with quality and the other with the names of things, that is to say, a definitive basis. Theodorus makes them four, concerned with existence, quality, quantity, and relation. There are some, too, who make questions of identity and difference come under the head of quality, others who place it under the head of definition. Posidonius divides them into two classes, those concerned with words and those concerned with things. In the first case, he thinks that the question is whether a word has any meaning. If so, what is its meaning? How many meanings has it? And how does it come to mean what it means? In the latter case, we employ conjecture, which he calls kataistesin, or inference from perception, quality; definition, which he calls katenoian, or rational inference, and relation. Hence also comes the division into things written and unwritten. Even Cornelius Celsus stated that there were two general bases, one concerned with the question whether a thing is, the other with the question of what it is. He included definition under the first of these, because enquiry may equally be made as to whether sacrilege has been committed when a man denies that he has stolen anything from a temple, and when he admits that he has stolen private money from a temple. He divides quality into fact and the letter of the law. Under the head of the letter of the law he places four classes, excluding questions of competence. Quantity and intention he places under the head of conjecture. There is also another method of dividing bases into two classes. According to this, disputes are either about substance or quality, while quality is treated either in its most general sense or in its special senses. Substance is dealt with by conjecture, for in inquiring into anything we ask whether it has been done, is being done, or is likely to be done, and sometimes also consider its intention. This method is preferable to that adopted by those who style the conjectural basis a basis of fact, as though we only inquired into the past and what has actually been done. The consideration of quality under its most general aspect rarely comes up in the courts. I refer to questions such as whether that is honorable which is generally praised. With regard to the special aspects of quality, questions sometimes occur about some common term, such as whether sacrilege has been committed when a man has stolen private money from a temple, or about some act with a definite name, when there is no doubt either as to the commission or the nature of the act. Under this heading come all questions about what is honorable, just, or expedient. These bases are said to contain others as well, because quantity is sometimes concerned with conjectural bases, as in the question whether the sun is bigger than the earth, and sometimes with qualitative bases, as in the question what reward or punishment it would be just to assign to some particular person. While questions of competence undoubtedly are concerned with quality, and definition with questions of competence. Further contradictory laws and the ratiocinative basis or syllogism and the majority of questions dealing with the letter of the law and intention are based on equity, with the exception that this last question sometimes admits of conjecture, as for instance concerning the intentions of the legislator. Ambiguity, however, must always be explained by conjecture, because as it is clear that the words admit of two interpretations, the only question is as to the intention. A large number of writers recognize general bases. Cicero adopts them in his Orator, and holds that everything that can form the subject of dispute or discussion is covered by the three questions: whether it is, what it is, and of what kind it is. The names of these three bases are too obvious for mention. The same view is asserted by Patroclus. Marcus Antonius stated that there were three bases in the following words: "The things which form the ground of every speech are few, and are as follows: Was a thing done or not done? Was it just or unjust? Was it good or bad?" But since when we are said to have been justified in doing anything, this does not merely mean that our action was legal, but further implies that it was just, those who follow Antonius attempt to differentiate these bases with greater exactness. They therefore call them conjectural, legal, and juridical, a division which meets with the approval of Virginius as well. These they then subdivided into species, placing definition under the head of the legal basis, together with all others which are concerned with the letter of the law, such as that of contradictory laws or antinomia, that which rests on the letter of the law and on meaning or intention, which the Greeks call katareton kai dianoian, and metalepsis, to which letter we give various names, styling it the translative, transsumptive, or transpositive basis. The syllogism, which we call the ratiocinative or deductive basis, and those which turn on ambiguity or amphibolia. I mention these because they are called bases by most writers, though some prefer to call them legal questions. Athenaeus laid down that there were four bases: the protreptike stasis, or paroremetike, that is, the hortative, which is peculiar to deliberative themes; the syntelike, which is shown to be the conjectural, not so much from the name itself, but from what follows; the hypalactike, or definitive, for it consists in a change of terms; and the juridical, to which he gives the name employed by other Greek writers. For, as I have said, there is a great variety in the names employed. There are some who, arguing from its meaning of change, hold that hypalactike is the translative basis, which is concerned with competence. Others, Cecilius and Theon, for instance, hold that there are the same number of bases, but make them of a different kind, namely, those covered by the questions whether a thing is, what it is, of what kind it is, and how great it is. Aristotle, in his Rhetoric, states that all enquiry turns on the questions whether a thing is, of what kind it is, how great it is, and of how many parts it consists. In one place, however, he recognizes the force of definition as well, saying that certain points are defended on the following lines: I took it, but did not steal it. I struck him, but did not commit an assault. Cicero, again, in his Rhetorica, makes the number of bases to be four, namely, those concerned with facts, names, kinds, and legal action. That is to say, conjecture is concerned with fact, definition with names, quality with kinds, and law with action. Under this latter head of law he includes questions of competence. But in another passage he treats legal questions as a species of action. End of Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 1. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 2 of On the Education of an Orator. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 2. Some writers have held that there are five bases: the conjectural, definitive, qualitative, quantitative and relative. Theodorus also, as I have said, adopts the same number of general heads: whether a thing is, what it is, of what kind it is, how great it is, and to what it refers. The last he considers to be chiefly concerned with comparison, since better and worse, greater and less, are meaningless terms, unless referred to some standard. But questions of relation, as I have already pointed out, enter also into translative questions, that is, questions of competence, since in cases such as "Has this man a right to bring an action?" or "Is it fitting that he should do such and such a thing?" or "Against this man?" or "At this time?" or "In this manner?" For all these questions must be referred to a certain standard. Others hold that there are 6 bases: conjecture or genesis, quality, particularity or idiotes, by which word they mean definition, quantity or axia, comparison, and competence, for which a new term has been found in metastasis. I call it new when applied to a basis, for Hermagoras employs it to describe a species of juridical question. Others think that there are 7, while refusing to recognize competence, quantity, or comparison, in place of which they substitute 4 legal bases, completing the 7 by the addition of those 3 which they call rational. Others again make 8 by the addition of competence to the above-mentioned 7. Some, on the other hand, have introduced a fresh method of division, reserving the name of basis for the rational, and giving the name of questions to the legal, as I mentioned above, since in the former the problem is concerned with facts, in the latter with the letter of the law. Some, on the contrary, reverse this nomenclature, calling the legal questions basis and the rational grounds questions. But others have thought that there are only 3 rational bases, covered by the questions whether a thing is, what it is, and of what kind it is. Hermagoras is alone in thinking that there are 4, namely conjecture, particularity, competence, and quality. To the latter he appends the phrase "katasymbebekos," according to its accidents, illustrating his meaning by putting a case where it is enquired whether a man happened to be good or bad. He then subdivides quality into 4 species. First, that which is concerned with things to be sought or avoided, which belongs to deliberative oratory. Secondly, those concerned with things in general, without reference to persons, and may be illustrated by questions such as whether he is free who is claimed as a slave and waiting the trial of his case, whether riches beget insolence, and whether a thing is just or good. Lastly, there is the juridical species, under which practically the same questions arise, but in relation to certain definite persons, as for instance when it is asked whether that particular man has done well or ill. I am aware that another explanation is given by Cicero in the first book of his Rhetorica of the species known as practical, where he says that it is the department under which we consider what is right according to civil usage and equity. This department is regarded by us as the personal sphere of the lawyer. But I have already mentioned what his opinion was about this particular work. The Rhetorica are simply a collection of school notes on rhetoric which he worked up into this treatise while quite a young man. Such faults as they possess are due to his instructor. In the present instance he may have been influenced by the fact that the first examples given by Hermagoras of this species are drawn from legal questions, or by the fact that the Greeks call interpreters of the law pragmatikoi. But for these early efforts Cicero substituted his splendid De Oratore, and therefore cannot be blamed for giving false instruction. I will now return to Hermagoras. He was the first rhetorician to teach that there was a basis concerned with competence, although the elements of this doctrine are found in Aristotle, without, however, any mention of the name. The legal questions were, according to Hermagoras, of 5 kinds. First, the letter of the law and its intention. The names which he gives to these are καταρχήν and hypexairesis, that is to say, the letter of the law and the exceptions thereto. The first of these classes is found in all writers, but the term exception is less in use. The number is completed by the ratiocinative basis, and those dealing with ambiguity and contradictory laws. Albutius adopts this classification, but eliminates competence, including it under the juridical basis. Further, he holds that in legal questions there is no ratiocinative basis. I know that those who are prepared to read ancient writers on rhetoric more carefully than I have will be able to discover yet more on this subject, but I fear that I may have been too lengthy even in saying what I have said. I must admit that I am now inclined to take a different view from that which I once held. It would perhaps be safer for my reputation if I were to make no modification in views which I not only held for so many years, but of which I expressed my open approbation. But I cannot bear to be thought guilty of concealment of the truth as regards any portion of my views, more especially in a work designed for the profit of young men of sound disposition. For Hippocrates, the great physician, in my opinion, took the most honorable course in acknowledging some of his errors to prevent those who came after from being led astray, while Cicero had no hesitation about condemning some of his earlier works in books which he published later. I refer to his condemnation of his Lucullus and Catullus in the books of rhetoric which I have already mentioned. Indeed, we should have no justification for protracting our studies if we were forbidden to improve upon our original views. Still, none of my past teaching was superfluous, for the views which I am now going to produce will be found to be based on the same principles, and consequently no one need be sorry to have attended my lectures, since all that I am now attempting to do is to collect and rearrange my original views, so that they may be somewhat more instructive. But I wish to satisfy everybody, and not to lay myself open to the accusation that I have allowed a long time to elapse between the formation and publication of my views. I used to follow the majority of authorities in adhering to 3 rational bases, the conjectural, qualitative, and definitive, and to 1 legal basis. These were my general bases. The legal basis I divided into 5 species, dealing with the letter of the law and intention, contradictory laws, the syllogism, ambiguity, and competence. It is now clear to me that the 4th of the general basis may be removed, since the original division which I made into rational and legal bases is sufficient. The 4th, therefore, will not be a basis, but a kind of question. If it were not, it would form one of the rational bases. Further, I have removed competence from those which I called species, for I often asserted, as all who have attended my lectures will remember, and even those discourses which were published against my will, included the statement that the basis concerned with competence hardly ever occurs in any dispute under such circumstances that it cannot more correctly be given some other name, and that consequently some rhetoricians exclude it from their list of bases. I am, however, well aware that the point of competence is raised in many cases, since in practically every case in which a party is said to have been ruled out of court through some error of form, questions such as the following arise: whether it was lawful for this person to bring an action, or to bring it against some particular person, or under a given law, or in such a court, or at such a time, and so on. But the question of competence as regards persons, times, legal actions and the rest, originates in some pre-existent cause. The question turns, therefore, not on competence itself, but on the cause with which the point of competence originates. You ought to demand the return of a deposit, not before the praetor, but before the consuls, as the sum is too large to come under the praetor's jurisdiction. The question then arises whether the sum is too large, and the dispute is one of fact. You have no right to bring an action against me, as it is impossible for you to have been appointed to represent the actual plaintiff. It then has to be decided whether he could have been so appointed. You ought not to have proceeded by interdict, but to have put in a plea for possession. The point in doubt is whether the interdict is legal. All these points fall under the head of legal questions. For do not even those special pleas, in which questions of competence make themselves most evident, give rise to the same species of question as those laws under which the action is brought, so that the enquiry is really concerned with the name of a given act, with the letter of the law and its meaning, or with something that requires to be settled by argument? The basis originates from the question, and in cases of competence, it is not the question concerning which the advocate argues that is involved, but the question on account of which he argues. An example will make this clearer. You have killed a man. I did not kill him. The question is whether he has killed him. The basis is the conjectural. But the following case is very different. I have the right to bring this action. You have not the right. The question is whether he has the right, and it is from this that we derive the basis. For whether he is allowed the right or not depends on the event, not on the cause itself, and on the decision of the judge, not on that on account of which he gives such a decision. The following is a similar example. You ought to be punished. I ought not. The judge will decide whether he should be punished, but it is not with this that the question or the basis is concerned. Where then does the question lie? You ought to be punished, for you have killed a man. I did not kill him. The question is whether he killed him. I ought to receive some honor. You ought not. Does this involve a basis? I think not. I ought to receive some honor for killing a tyrant. You did not kill him. Here there is a question and a basis as well. So, too, you are not entitled to bring this action. I have. Involves no basis. Where then is it to be found? You have no right to bring this action, because you have been deprived of civil rights. In this case, the question is whether he has been so deprived, or whether loss of civil rights debars a person from bringing an action. Here, on the other hand, we find both questions and bases. It is therefore to kinds of causes, not to bases, that the term competence applies. Other kinds of cause are the comparative and the recriminatory. But, it is urged, the case I have a right, you have not, is similar to you have killed a man, I was justified in so doing. I do not deny it, but this does not make it a basis, for these statements are not propositions until the reasons for them are added. If they were propositions as they stand, the case could not proceed. Horatius has committed a crime, for he has killed his sister. He has not committed a crime, since it was his duty to kill her for mourning the death of an enemy. The question is whether this was a justifiable reason, and the basis is one of quality. So too as regards competence. You have no right to disinherit, since a person who has been deprived of civil rights is not allowed to take legal action. I have the right, since disinheriting is not a legal action. The question here is what is legal action? And we shall arrive at the conclusion that the son's disinheritance is unlawful by use of the syllogism. The case will be similar with all the rational and legal bases. I am aware that there have been some who placed competence among rational bases, using as illustrations cases such as I killed a man under orders from my general, I gave the votive offerings in a temple to a tyrant under compulsion. I deserted owing to the fact that storms or floods or ill health prevented me from rejoining. That is to say, it was not due to me, but some external cause. From these writers I differ even more widely, for it is not the nature of the legal action itself which is involved in the question of competence, but the cause of the act, and this is the case in almost every defense. Finally, he who adopts this line of defense does not thereby abandon the qualitative basis, for he states that he himself is free from blame, so that we really should differentiate between two kinds of quality, one of which comes into play when both the accused persons and his act are defended, and the other when the accused person alone is defended. We must therefore accept the view of the authorities followed by Cicero, to the effect that there are three things on which enquiry is made in every case. We ask whether a thing is, what it is, and of what kind it is. Nature itself imposes this upon us. For first of all, there must be some subject for the question, since we cannot possibly determine what a thing is, or of what kind it is, until we have first ascertained whether it is, and therefore the first question raised is whether it is. But even when it is clear that a thing is, it is not immediately obvious what it is. And when we have decided what it is, there remains the question of its quality. These 3 points one ascertained, there is no further question to ask. These heads cover both definite and indefinite questions, for no legal problem can be settled save by the aid of definition, quality, and conjecture. Those, however, who are engaged in instructing the ignorant will find it useful at first to adopt a slightly less rigid method. The road will not be absolutely straight to begin with, but it will be more open and will provide easier going. I would have them, therefore, learn above all things that there are 4 different methods which may be employed in every case, and he who is going to plead should study them as first essentials. For, to begin with the defendant, far the strongest method of self-defense is, if possible, to deny the charge. The second best is when it is possible to reply that the particular act with which you are charged was never committed. The third and most honorable is to maintain that the act was justifiable. If none of these lines of defense are feasible, there remains the last and only hope of safety. If it is impossible either to deny the charge or justify the account, we must evade the charge with the aid of some point of law, making it appear that the action has been brought against us illegally. Hence arise the questions of legal action or competence. For there are some things which, although not laudable in themselves, are yet permitted by law. Witness the passage in the 12 Tables authorizing creditors to divide up a debtor's body among themselves, a law which is repudiated by public custom. There are also certain things which, although equitable, are prohibited by law. Witness the restrictions placed on testamentary disposition. The accuser likewise has 4 things which he must keep in mind. He must prove that something was done, that a particular act was done, that it was wrongly done, and that he brings his charge according to law. Thus every cause will turn on the same sorts of questions, though the parts of plaintiff and defendant will sometimes be interchanged. For instance, in the case of a claim for a reward, it will be the plaintiff's task to show that what was done was right. These 4 schemes or forms of action, which I then called general basis, fall into 2 classes, as I have shown, namely the rational and the legal. The rational is the simpler, as it involves nothing more than the consideration of the nature of things. In this connection, therefore, a mere mention of conjecture, definition, and quality will suffice. Legal questions necessarily have a larger number of species, since there are many laws and a variety of forms. In the case of one law, we rely on the letter, in others on the spirit. Some laws we force to serve our turn when we can find no law to support our case. Others we compare with one another, and on others we put some novel interpretation. Thus, from these three bases we get three resemblances of bases, sometimes simple, sometimes complex, but all having a character of their own, as, for instance, when questions of the letter of the law and its intention are involved, for these clearly come under conjecture or quality; or again, where the syllogism is involved, for this is specially connected with quality; or whether contradictory laws are involved, for these are on the same footing as the letter of the law and intention; or yet again, in cases of ambiguity, which is always resolved by conjecture. Definition also belongs to both classes of questions, namely, those concerned with the consideration of facts, and those concerned with the letter of the law. All these questions, although they come under the three bases, yet since, as I have mentioned, they have certain characteristic features of their own, require to be pointed out to learners, and we must allow them to be called legal bases or questions or minor heads, as long as it is clearly understood that none of them involve any other questions than the three I have mentioned. As regards questions of quantity, number, relation, and, as some have thought, comparison, the case is different. For these have no connection with the complexities of the law, but are concerned with reason only. Consequently, they must always be regarded as coming under conjecture or quality, as, for instance, when we ask with what purpose, or at what time or place, something was done. But I will speak of individual questions when I come to handle the rules for division. This much is agreed to by all writers, that one cause possesses one basis, but that as regards secondary questions related to the main issue of the trial, there may frequently be a number in one single cause. I also think there is at times some doubt as to which basis should be adopted when many different lines of defense are brought to meet a single charge; and, just as in regard to the complexion to be given to the statement of the facts of the case, that complexion is said to be the best which the speaker can best maintain, so in the present connection I may say that the best basis to choose is that which will permit the orator to develop a maximum of force. It is for this reason that we find Cicero and Brutus taking up different lines in defense of Milo. Cicero says that Claudius was justifiably killed because he sought to waylay Milo, but that Milo had not designed to kill him; while Brutus, who wrote his speech merely as a rhetorical exercise, also exults that Milo has killed a bad citizen. In complicated causes, however, 2 or 3 bases may be found, or different bases. For instance, a man may plead that he did not do one thing, and that he was justified in doing another; or, to take another similar class of case, a man may deny 2 of the charges. The same thing occurs when there is a question about something which is claimed by a number of persons, who may, all of them, rely on the same kind of plea, for instance on the right of the next of kin, or may put in different claims, one urging that the property was left him by will, another that he is next of kin. Now, whenever a different defense has to be made against different claimants, there must be different bases, as for example the well-known controversial theme: wills that are made in accordance with law shall be valid. When parents die intestate, their children shall be the heirs. A disinherited son shall receive none of his father's property. A bastard, if born before a legitimate son, shall be treated as legitimate, but if born after a legitimate son, shall be treated merely as a citizen. It shall be lawful to give a son in adoption. Every son given in adoption shall have the right to re-enter his own family if his natural father has died childless. A father of two legitimate sons gave one in adoption, disinherited the other, and acknowledged the bastard, who was born to him later. Finally, after making the disinherited son his heir, he died. All three sons lay claim to the property. Notrus is the Greek word for a bastard. Latin, as Cato emphasized in one of his speeches, has no word of its own, and therefore borrows the foreign term. But I am straying from the point. The son who was made heir by the will finds his way barred by the law. A disinherited son shall receive none of his father's property. The basis is one resting on the letter of the law and intention, and the problem is whether he can inherit by any means at all. Can he do so in accordance with the intention of his father, or in virtue of the fact that he was made heir by the will? The problem confronting the bastard is twofold, since he was born after the two legitimate sons, and was not born before a legitimate son. The first problem involves a syllogism. Are those sons who have been cast out from their own family to be regarded as though they had never been born? The second is concerned with the letter of the law and intention. For it is admitted that he was not born before any legitimate son, but he will defend his claim by appealing to the intention of the law, which he will maintain to imply that the bastard, born when there was no legitimate son in the family, should rank as legitimate. He will dismiss the letter of the law, pointing out that in any case the position of a bastard is not prejudiced by the fact that no legitimate son was born after him, and arguing as follows: suppose that the only son is a bastard, what will his position be? Merely that of a citizen? And yet he was not born after any legitimate son. Or will he rank as a son in all respects? But he was not born before the legitimate sons. As it is impossible to stand by the letter of the law, we must stand by its intentions. It need disturb no one that one law should originate two bases. The law is twofold, and therefore has the force of two laws. To the son who desires to re-enter the family, the disinherited's first reply is: even though you are allowed to re-enter the family, I am still the heir. The basis will be the same as in the claim put forward by the disinherited son, since the question at issue is whether a disinherited son can inherit. But the disinherited and the bastard will object: you cannot re-enter the family, for our father did not die childless. But in this connection, each will rely on his own particular question. For the disinherited son will say that even a disinherited man does not cease to be a son, and will derive an argument from that very law which denies his claim to the inheritance, namely, that it was unnecessary for a disinherited son to be excluded from possession of his father's property if he had ceased to be one of the family. But now, since in virtue of his rights as son, he would have been his father's heir if he had died intestate, the law is brought to bar his claim. And yet the law does not deprive him of his position as son, but only of his position as heir. Here the basis is definitive, as turning on the definition of a son. Again the bastard, in his turn, will urge that his father did not die childless, employing the same arguments that he had used in putting forward his claim that he ranked as a son, unless indeed he too has recourse to definition, and raises the question whether he said bastards are not sons. Thus, in one case we shall have either two special legal bases, namely the letter of the law and intention, with the syllogism and also definition, or those three which are really the only basis strictly so called, conjecture as regards the letter of the law and intention, quality in the syllogism, and definition which needs no explanation. Further, every kind of case will contain a cause, a point for the decision of the judge, and a central argument. For nothing can be said which does not contain a reason, something to which the decision of the judge is directed, and finally something which, more than aught else, contains the substance of the matter at issue. But as these vary in different cases, and are as a rule explained by writers on judicial causes, I will postpone them to the appropriate portion of my work. For the present, I shall follow the order which I prescribed by my division of causes into 3 classes. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. I will begin with the class of causes which are concerned with praise and blame. This class appears to have been entirely divorced by Aristotle, and following him by Theophrastus, from the principal side of oratory, which they call pragmatike, and to have been reserved solely for the delectation of audiences, which indeed is shown to be its peculiar function by its name, which implies display. Roman usage, on the other hand, has given it a place in the practical tasks of life. For funeral orations are often imposed as a duty on persons holding public office, or entrusted to magistrates by decree of the Senate. Again, the award of praise or blame to a witness may carry weight in the courts, while it is also a recognized practice to produce persons to praise the character of the accused. Further, the published speeches of Cicero, directed against his rivals in the election to the consulship, and against Lucius Piso, Clodius, and Curio, are full of denunciation, and were, notwithstanding, delivered in the Senate as formal expressions of opinion in the course of debate. I do not deny that some compositions of this kind are composed solely with a view to display, as for instance panegyrics of gods and heroes of the past, a consideration which provides the solution of a question which I discussed a little while back, and proves that those are wrong who hold that an orator will never speak on a subject unless it involves some problem. But what problem is involved by the praise of Jupiter Capitolinus, a stock theme of the sacred Capitoline contest, which is undoubtedly treated in regular rhetorical form? However, just as panegyric applied to practical matters requires proof, so too a certain semblance of proof is at times required by speeches composed entirely for display. For instance, a speaker who tells how Romulus was the son of Mars and reared by the she-wolf will offer as proofs of his divine origin the facts that, when thrown into a running stream, he escaped drowning, that all his achievements were such as to make it credible that he was the offspring of the god of battles, and that his contemporaries unquestionably believed that he was translated to heaven. Some arguments will even wear a certain semblance of defense. For example, if the orator is speaking in praise of Hercules, he will find excuses for his hero having changed raiment with the Queen of Lydia, and submitted to the tasks which legend tells us she imposed upon him. The proper function, however, of panegyric is to amplify and embellish its themes. This form of oratory is directed in the main to the praise of gods and men, but may occasionally be applied to the praise of animals, or even of inanimate objects. In praising the gods, our first step will be to express our veneration of the majesty of their nature in general terms. Next, we shall proceed to praise the special power of the individual god and the discoveries whereby he has benefited the human race. For example, in the case of Jupiter, he shall extol his power as manifested in the governance of all things. With Mars, we shall praise his power in war. With Neptune, his power over the sea. As regards inventions, we shall celebrate Minerva's discovery of the arts, Mercury's discovery of letters, Apollo's of medicine, Ceres of the fruits of the earth, Bacchus of wine. Next, we must record their exploits as handed down from antiquity. Even gods may derive honor from their descent, as for instance is the case with the sons of Jupiter, or from their antiquity, as in the case of the children of Chaos, or from their offspring, as in the case of Latona, the mother of Apollo and Diana. Some again may be praised because they were born immortal, others because they won immortality by their valor, a theme which the piety of our sovereign has made the glory even of these present times. There is greater variety required in the praise of men. In the first place, there is a distinction to be made as regards time between the period in which the objects of our praise lived and the time preceding their birth. And further, in the case of the dead, we must also distinguish the period following their death. With regard to things preceding a man's birth, there are his country, his parents, and his ancestors, a theme which may be handled in two ways. For either it will be creditable to the objects of our praise not to have fallen short of their fair fame of their country and of their sires, or to have ennobled the humble origin by the glory of their achievements. Other topics to be drawn from the period preceding their birth will have reference to omens or prophecies foretelling their future greatness, such as the oracle which is said to have foretold that the son of Thetis would be greater than his father. The praise of the individual himself will be based on his character, his physical endowments, and external circumstances. Physical and accidental advantages provide a comparatively unimportant theme, which requires variety of treatment. At times, for instance, we extol beauty and strength in honorific terms, as Homer does in the case of Agamemnon and Achilles. At times, again, weakness may contribute largely to our admiration, as when Homer says that Tydeus was small of stature, but a good fighter. Fortune, too, may comfort dignity, as in the case of kings and princes, for they have a fairer field for the display of their excellences. But, on the other hand, the glory of good deeds may be enhanced by the smallness of their resources. Moreover, the praise awarded to external and accidental advantages is given, not to their possession, but to their honorable employment. For wealth and power and influence, since they are the sources of strength, are the surest test of character, for good or evil. They make us better, or they make us worse. Praise awarded to character is always just, but may be given in various ways. It has sometimes proved the more effective course to trace a man's life and deeds in due chronological order, praising his natural gifts as a child, then his progress at school, and finally the whole course of his life, including words as well as deeds. At times, on the other hand, it is well to divide our praises, dealing separately with the various virtues, fortitude, justice, self-control, and the rest of them, and to assign to each virtue the deeds performed under its influence. We shall have to decide which of these two methods will be the more serviceable, according to the nature of the subject, but we must bear in mind the fact that what most pleases an audience is the celebration of the deeds which our hero was the first or only man, or at any rate one of the very few, to perform. And to these we must add any other achievements which surpassed hope or expectation, emphasizing what was done for the sake of Julius rather than what he performed on his own behalf. It is not always possible to deal with the time subsequent to our hero's death. This is due not merely to the fact that we sometimes praise him while still alive, but also that there are but few occasions when we have a chance to celebrate the award of divine honors, posthumous votes of thanks, or statues erected at the public expense. Among such themes of panegyric, I would mention monuments of genius that have stood the test of time. For some great men, like Menander, have received ampler justice from the verdict of posterity than from that of their own age. Children reflect glory on their parents, cities on their founders, laws on those who made them, arts on their inventors, and institutions on those that first introduced them. For instance, Numa first laid down rules for the worship of the gods, and Publicola first ordered that the lictors' rods should be lowered in salutation to the people. The same method will be applied to denunciations as well, but with a view to opposite effects. For humble origin has been a reproach to many, while in some cases distinction has merely served to increase the notoriety and unpopularity of vices. In regard to some persons, as in the story of Paris, it has been predicted that they would be the cause of destruction to many. Some, like Thersites and Iris, have been despised for their poverty and mean appearance. Others have been loathed because their natural advantages were nullified by their vices. The poets, for instance, tell us that Nireus was a coward, and Placenes a debauchee. The mind, too, has as many vices as virtues, and vice may be denounced, as virtue may be praised, in two different ways. Some have been branded with infamy after death, like Melius, whose house was levelled with the ground, or Marcus Manlius, whose first name was banished from his family for all generations to come. The vices of the children bring hatred on their parents. Founders of cities are detested for concentrating a race which is a curse to others, as, for example, the founder of the Jewish superstition. The laws of Gracchus are hated, and we abhor any loathsome example of vice that has been handed down to posterity, such as the criminal form of lust which a Persian is said to have been the first to practice on a woman of Samos. And even in the case of the living, the judgment of mankind serves as a proof of their character, and the fairness or foulness of their fame proves the orator's praise or blame to be true. Aristotle, however, thinks that the place and subject of panegyrics or denunciations make a very considerable difference, for much depends on the character of the audience and the generally received opinion, if they are to believe that the virtues of which they approve are preeminently characteristic of the person praised, and the vices which they hate of the person denounced. For there can be little doubt as to the attitude of the audience, if that attitude is already determined prior to the delivery of the speech. It will be wise, too, for him to insert some words of praise for his audience, since this will secure their goodwill, and wherever it is possible, this should be done in such a manner as to advance his case. Literature will win less praise at Sparta than at Athens, endurance and courage more. Among some races the life of a freebooter is accounted honorable, while others regard it as a duty to respect the laws. Frugality might perhaps be unpopular with the Sybarites, whilst luxury was regarded as crime by the ancient Romans. Similar differences of opinion are found in individuals. A judge is most favorable to the orator whose views he thinks identical with his own. Aristotle also urges a point, which at a later date Cornelius Celsus emphasized almost to excess, to the effect that, since the boundary between vice and virtue is often ill-defined, it is desirable to use words that swerve a little from the actual truth, calling a rash man brave, a prodigal generous, a mean man thrifty, or the process may, if necessary, be reversed. But this the ideal orator, that is to say, a good man, will never do, unless perhaps he is led to do so by consideration for the public interest. Cities are praised after the same fashion as men. The founder takes the place of the parent, and antiquity carries great authority, as for instance in the case of those whose inhabitants are said to be sprung from the soil. The virtues and vices revealed by their deeds are the same as in private individuals. The advantages arising from site or fortifications are, however, peculiar to cities. Their citizens enhance their fame, just as children bring honor to their parents. Praise, too, may be awarded to public works, in connection with which their magnificence, utility, beauty, and the architect or artist must be given due consideration. Temples, for instance, will be praised for their magnificence, walls for their utility, and both for their beauty or the skill of the architect. Places may also be praised. Witness the praise of Sicily in Cicero. In such cases we consider their beauty and utility. Beauty calls for notice in places by the sea, in open plains and pleasant situations; utility in healthy or fertile localities. Again, praise in general terms may be awarded to noble sayings or deeds. Finally, things of every kind may be praised. Panegyrics have been composed on sleep and death, and physicians have written eulogies on certain kinds of food. While therefore I do not agree that panegyric concerns only questions regarding what is honorable, I do think that it comes as a rule under the heading of quality, although all three bases may be involved in panegyric, as it was observed by Cicero that all were actually used by Gaius Caesar in his denunciation of Cato. But panegyric is akin to deliberative oratory, inasmuch as the same things are usually praised in the former as are advised in the latter. End of chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. I am surprised that deliberative oratory also has been restricted by some authorities to questions of expediency. If it should be necessary to assign one single aim to deliberative, I should prefer Cicero's view, that this kind of oratory is primarily concerned with what is honorable. I do not doubt that those who maintain the opinion first mentioned adopt the lofty view that nothing can be expedient which is not good. That opinion is perfectly sound, so long as we are fortunate enough to have wise and good men for counselors. But as we most often express our views before an ignorant audience, and more especially before popular assemblies, of which the majority is usually uneducated, we must distinguish between what is honorable and what is expedient, and conform our utterances to suit ordinary understandings. For there are many who do not admit that what they really believe to be the honorable course is sufficiently advantageous, and are misled by the prospect of advantage into approving courses of the dishonorable nature, of which there can be no question, witness the Numantine Treaty and the surrender of the Caudine Forks. Nor does it suffice to restrict deliberative oratory to the basis of quality, which is concerned with questions of honor and expediency, for there is often room for conjecture as well. Sometimes again definition is necessary, or legal problems require handling. This is especially the case when advice has to be given on private matters, where there is some doubt of the legality of the course under consideration. Of conjecture I shall speak more fully a little later on. Returning to definition for the moment, we find it in the question raised by Demosthenes, whether Philip should give or restore Hellenicis, and to that discussed by Cicero in the Philippics as to the nature of a tumultus. Again, does not the question raised in connection with the statue of Servius Sulpicius as to whether statues should be erected only in honor of those ambassadors who perish by the sword, bear a strong resemblance to the questions that are raised in the law courts. The deliberative department of oratory, also called the advisory department, while it deliberates about the future, also inquires about the past, while its functions are twofold and consist in advising and dissuading. Deliberative oratory does not always require an exordium, such as is necessary in forensic speeches, since he who asks an orator for his opinion is naturally well disposed to him. But the commencement, whatever be its nature, must have some resemblance to an exordium. For we must not begin abruptly, or just at the point where the fancy takes us, since in every subject there is something which naturally comes first. In addressing the Senate or the people, the same methods apply as in the law courts, and we must aim, as a rule, at acquiring the good-will of our audience. This need cause no surprise, since even in panegyric we seek to win the favor of our hearers, when our aim is praise, pure and simple, and not the acquisition of any advantage. Aristotle, it is true, holds, not without reason, that in deliberative speeches we may often begin with a reference either to ourselves or to our opponent, borrowing this practice from forensic oratory, and sometimes producing the impression that the subject is of greater or less importance than it actually is. On the other hand, he thinks that in demonstrative oratory the exordium may be treated with the utmost freedom, since it is sometimes drawn from irrelevant material, as for example in Isocrates' praise of Helen, or from something akin to the subject, as for instance in the Panegyricus of the same author, when he complains that more honor is given to physical than to moral excellence, or as Gorgias in the speech delivered at the Olympic Games praises the founders of the great national games. Sallust seems to have imitated these authors in his Jugurthine War and in the introduction to his Catiline, which has no connection with his narrative. But it is time for me to return to deliberative oratory, in which, even when we introduce an exordium, we must content ourselves with a brief prelude, which may amount to no more than a mere heading. As regards the statement of facts, this is never required in speeches on private subjects, at least as regards the subject on which an opinion has to be given, because everyone is acquainted with the question at issue. Statements as to external matters which are relevant to the discussion may, however, frequently be introduced. In addressing public assemblies, it will often be necessary to set forth the order of the points which have to be treated. As regards appeals to the emotions, these are specially necessary in deliberative oratory. Anger has frequently to be excited or assuaged, and the minds of the audience have to be swayed to fear, ambition, hatred, reconciliation. At times, again, it is necessary to awaken pity, whether it is required, for instance, to urge that relief should be sent to a besieged city, or we are engaged in deploring the overthrow of an allied state. But what really carries weight in deliberative speeches is the authority of the speaker. For he who would have all men trust his judgment as to what is expedient and honorable should both possess and be regarded as possessing genuine wisdom and excellence of character. In forensic speeches, the orator may, according to the generally received opinion, indulge his passion to some extent, but all will agree that the advice given by a speaker should be in keeping with his moral character. The majority of Greek writers have held that this kind of oratory is entirely concerned with addressing public assemblies, and have restricted it to politics. Even Cicero himself deals chiefly with this department. Consequently, those who propose to offer advice upon peace, war, troops, public works, or revenue must thoroughly acquaint themselves with two things: the resources of the state and the character of its people, so that the method employed in tendering their advice may be based at once on political realities and the nature of their hearers. This type of oratory seems to me to offer a more varied field for eloquence, since both those who ask for advice and the answers given to them may easily present the greatest diversity. Consequently, there are 3 points which must be specially borne in mind in advice or dissuasion. First, the nature of the subject under discussion. Secondly, the nature of those who are engaged in the discussion. And thirdly, the nature of the speaker who offers them advice. As to the subject under discussion, its practicability is either certain or uncertain. In the latter case, this will be the chief, if not the only point for consideration, for it will often happen that we shall assert first that something ought not to be done, even if it can be done, and secondly, that it cannot be done. Now, when the question turns on such points as to whether the isthmus can be cut through, the Pontine marshes drained, or a harbor constructed at Ostia, or whether Alexander is likely to find land beyond the ocean, we make use of conjecture. But even in connection with things that are undoubtedly feasible, there may at times be room for conjecture, As, for instance, in question seems as whether Rome is ever likely to conquer Carthage, whether Hannibal will return to Africa if Scipio transports his army thither, or whether the Samnites are likely to keep faith if the Romans lay down their arms. There are some things, too, which we may believe to be both feasible and likely to be carried into effect, but at another time or place, or in another way. When there is no scope for conjecture, our attention will be fixed on other points. In the first place, advice will be asked either on account of the actual thing on which the orator is required to express his views, or on account of other causes which affect it from without. It is on the actual thing that the Senate, for instance, debates, when it discusses such questions as whether it is to vote pay for the troops. In this case, the material is simple. To this, however, may be added reasons for taking action, or the reverse, as, for example, if the Senate should discuss whether it should deliver the Fabii to the Gauls when the latter threaten war, or Gaius Caesar should deliberate whether he should persist in the invasion of Germany when his soldiers on all sides are making their wills. These deliberative themes are of a twofold nature. In the first case, the reason for deliberation is the Gallic threat of war, but there may still be a further question as to whether even without such a threat of war they should surrender those who, contrary to the law of nations, took part in a battle when they had been sent out as ambassadors, and kill the king with whom they had received instructions to treat. In the second case, Caesar would doubtless never deliberate on the question at all, but for the perturbation shown by his soldiers. But there is still room for enquiry whether, quite apart from this occurrence, it would be wise to penetrate into Germany. But it must be remembered that we shall always speak first on that subject which is capable of discussion, quite apart from the consequences. Some have held that the three main considerations in any advisory speech are honor, expediency, and necessity. I can find no place for the last. For, however great the violence which may threaten us, it may be necessary for us to suffer something, but we are not compelled to do anything, whereas the subject of deliberation is primarily whether we shall do anything. Or, if by necessity they mean that into which we are driven by fear of worse things, the question will be one of expediency. For example, if a garrison is besieged by overwhelmingly superior forces, and, owing to the failure of food and water supplies, discusses surrender to the enemy, and it is urged that it is a matter of necessity, the words "otherwise we shall perish" must needs be added. Consequently, there is no necessity arising out of the circumstances themselves, for death is a possible alternative. And, as a matter of fact, the Saguntines did not surrender, nor did those who were surrounded on the raft of Opitergium. It follows that in such cases also the question will be either one of expediency alone, or of a choice between expediency and honor. But, it will be urged, if a man would beget children, he is under the necessity of taking a wife. Certainly, but he who wishes to become a father must needs be quite clear that he must take a wife. It appears to me, therefore, that where necessity exists, there is no room for deliberation, any more than where it is clear that a thing is not feasible. For deliberation is always concerned with questions where some doubt exists. Those, therefore, are wiser who make the third consideration for deliberative oratory to be to dynaton, or possibility, as we translate it. The translation may seem clumsy, but it is the only word available. That all these considerations need not necessarily obtrude themselves in every case is too obvious to need explanation. Most writers, however, say that there are more than three. But the further considerations which they would add are really but species of the three general considerations just mentioned. For right, justice, piety, equity, and mercy, for thus they translate to hemeron, with any other virtues that any one may be pleased to add, all come under the heading of that which is honorable. On the other hand, if the question be whether a thing is easy, great, pleasant, or free from danger, it comes under questions of expediency. Such topics arise from some contradiction. For example, a thing is expedient, but difficult, or trivial, or unpleasant, or dangerous. Some, however, hold that at times deliberation is concerned solely with the question whether a thing is pleasant, as for instance when discussion arises as to whether a theatre should be built or games instituted. But in my opinion you will never find any man such a slave to luxury as not to consider anything but pleasure when he delivers an advisory speech. For there must needs be something on every occasion that takes precedence of pleasure. In proposing the erection of a theatre, the orator will consider the advantages to be derived from relaxation from toil, and the unbecoming and undesirable struggle for places which will arise if there is no proper accommodation. Religion, too, has its place in the discussion, for we shall describe the theatre as a kind of temple for the solemnization of a sacred feast. Often again we shall urge that honor must come before expediency, as for instance when we advise the men of Opitergium not to surrender to the enemy, even though refusal to do so means certain death. At times, on the other hand, we prefer expediency to honor, as when we advise the arming of slaves in the Punic War. But even in this case we must not openly admit that such a course is dishonorable. We can point out that all men are free by nature and composed of the same elements, while the slaves in question may perhaps be sprung from some ancient and noble stock, and in the former case, when the danger is so evident, we may add other arguments, such as that they would perish even more cruelly if they surrendered, should the enemy fail to keep faith, or Caesar, a more probable supposition, prove victorious. But in such a conflict of principles it is usual to modify the names which we give them. For expediency is often ruled out by those who assert not merely that honor comes before expediency, but that nothing can be expedient that is not honorable, while others say that what we call honor is vanity, ambition, and folly, as contemptible in substance as it is fair in sound. Nor is expediency compared merely with inexpediency. At times we have to choose between two advantageous courses after comparison of their respective advantages. The problem may be still more complicated, as for instance when Pompey deliberated whether to go to Parthia, Africa, or Egypt. In such a case the enquiry is not which of the two courses is better or worse, but which of three or more. On the other hand, in deliberative oratory there will never be any doubt about circumstances wholly in our favor, for there can clearly be no doubt about points against which there is nothing to be said. Consequently, as a rule, all deliberative speeches are based simply on comparison, and we must consider what we shall gain and by what means, that it may be possible to form an estimate whether there is more advantage in the aims we pursue or greater discipline advantage in the means we employ to that end. A question of expediency may also be concerned with time. For example, it is expedient but not now, or with place, it is expedient but not here, or with particular persons, it is expedient but not for us, or not as against these, or with our method of action, it is expedient but not thus, or with degree, it is expedient but not to this extent. But we have still more often to consider personality with reference to what is becoming, and we must consider our own as well as that of those before whom the question is laid. Consequently, though examples are of the greatest value in deliberative speeches, because reference to historical parallels is the quickest method of securing assent, it matters a great deal whose authority is adduced and to whom it is commended. For the minds of those who deliberate on any subject differ from one another, and our audience may be of two kinds. For those who ask us for advice are either single individuals or a number, and in both cases the factors may be different. For when advice is asked by a number of persons, it makes a considerable difference whether they are the Senate or the people, the citizens of Rome or Fidenae, Greeks or barbarians, and, in the case of single individuals, whether we are urging Cato or Gaius Marius to stand for office, whether it is the elder Scipio or Fabius who is deliberating on his plan of campaign. Further, sex, rank, and age must be taken into account, though it is character that will make the chief difference. It is an easy task to recommend an honorable course to honorable men, but if we are attempting to keep men of bad character to the paths of virtue, we must take care not to seem to upbraid a way of life unlike our own. The minds of such an audience are not to be moved by discoursing on the nature of virtue, which they ignore, but by praise, by appeals to popular opinion, and if such vanities are of no avail, by demonstration of the advantage that will accrue from such a policy, or more effectively perhaps by pointing out the appalling consequences that will follow the opposite policy. For quite apart from the fact that the minds of unprincipled men are easily swayed by terror, I am not sure that most men's minds are not more easily influenced by fear of evil than by hope of good, for they find it easier to understand what is evil than what is good. Sometimes we urge good men to adopt a somewhat unseemly course, while we advise men of poor character to take a course into which the object is the advantage of those who seek our advice. I realize the thought that will immediately occur to my reader. Do you then teach that this should be done, or think it right? Cicero might clear me from blame in the matter, for he writes to Brutus in the following terms, after setting forth a number of things that might honorably be urged on Caesar. Should I be a good man to advise this? No, for the end of him who gives advice is the advantage of the man to whom he gives it. But, you say, your advice is right. Certainly, but there is not always room for what is right in giving advice. However, this is a somewhat abstruse question, and does not concern deliberative oratory alone. I shall therefore reserve it for my 12th and concluding book. For my part, I would not have anything done dishonorably. But for the meantime, let us regard these questions as at least belonging to the rhetorical exercises of the schools, for knowledge of evil is necessary to enable us the better to defend what is right. For the present, I will only say that if any one is going to urge a dishonorable course on an honorable man, he should remember not to urge it as being dishonorable, and should avoid the practice of certain declaimers who urge Sextus Pompeius to piracy just because it is dishonorable and cruel. Even when we address bad men, we should gloss over what is unsightly, for there is no man so evil as to wish to seem so. Thus Sallust makes Catiline speak as one who is driven to crime not by wickedness but by indignation, and Varius makes Atreus say, "My wrongs are past all speech, and such shall be the deeds they force me to." How much more has this pretence of honor to be kept up by those who have a real regard for their own good name? Therefore, when we advise Cicero to beg Antonius for mercy, or even to burn the Philippics if Antonius promises to spare him on that condition, we shall not emphasize the love of life in our advice, for if that passion has any force with him, it will have it none the less if we are silent. But we shall exhort him to save himself in the interest of the state, for he needs some such reason as that to preserve him from feeling shame at entreating such a one as Antony. Again, if we urge Gaius Caesar to accept the crown, we shall assert that the state is doomed to destruction unless controlled by a monarchy. For the sole aim of the man who is deliberating about committing a criminal act is to make his act appear as little wicked as possible. It also makes a great deal of difference who it is that is offering the advice, For if his past has been illustrious, or if his distinguished birth or age or fortune excite high expectations, care must be taken that his words are not unworthy of him. If, on the other hand, he has none of these advantages, he will have to adopt a humbler tone. For what is regarded as liberty in some is called license in others. Some receive sufficient support from their personal authority, while others find that the force of reason itself is scarce sufficient to enable them to maintain their position. Consequently, I regard impersonation as the most difficult of tasks, imposed as it is in addition to the other work involved by a deliberative theme. For the same speaker has on one occasion to impersonate Caesar, on another Cicero or Cato. But it is a most useful exercise, because it demands a double effort, and is also of the greatest use to future poets and historians, while for orators, of course, it is absolutely necessary. For there are many speeches composed by Greek and Latin orators for others to deliver, the words of which had to be adapted to suit the position and character of those for whom they were written. Do you suppose that Cicero thought in the same way, or assumed the same character, when he wrote for Cnaeus Pompeius and when he wrote for Titus Ampius and the rest? Did he not rather bear in mind the fortune, rank, and achievements of each single individual, and represent the character of all to whom he gave a voice, so that, though they spoke better than they could by nature, they still might seem to speak in their own persons? For a speech which is out of keeping with the man who delivers it is just as faulty as the speech which fails to suit the subject to which it should conform. It is for this reason that Lysias is regarded as having shown the highest art in the speeches which he wrote for uneducated persons, on account of their extraordinary realism. In the case of declaimers, indeed, it is of the first importance that they should consider what best suits each character, for they rarely play the role of advocates in their declamations. As a rule, they impersonate sons, parents, rich men, old men, gentle or harsh of temper, misers, superstitious persons, cowards and mockers, so that hardly even comic actors have to assume more numerous roles in their performances on the stage than these in their declamations. All these roles may be regarded as forming part of impersonation, which I have included under deliberative themes, from which it differs merely in that it involves the assumption of a role. It is sometimes introduced even with controversial themes, which are drawn from history and involve the appearance of definite historical characters as pleaders. I am aware also that historical and poetical themes are often set for the sake of practice, such as Priam's speech to Achilles, or Sulla's address to the people on his resignation of the dictatorship. But these will fall under one or other of the three classes into which I have divided causes. For entreaty, statement, and argument, with other themes already mentioned, are all of frequent occurrence in forensic, deliberative, or demonstrative subjects, according as circumstances demand, and we often introduce fictitious speeches of historical persons whom we select ourselves. Cicero, for instance, in the Procailio, makes both Appius Siccus and her brother Claudius address Claudia, the former rebuking her for her immorality, the latter exhorting her thereto. In scholastic declamations, the fictitious themes for deliberative speeches are often not unlike those of controversial speeches, and are a compromise between the two forms, as for instance when the theme set is a discussion in the presence of Gaius Caesar of the punishment to be meted out to Theodotus, for it consists of accusation and defense, both of them peculiar to forensic oratory. But the topic of expediency also enters into the case, in such questions as whether it was to Caesar's advantage that Pompeius should be slain, whether the execution of Theodotus would involve the risk of a war with the king of Egypt, whether such a war would be highly inopportune at such a critical moment, would prove dangerous and be certain to last a long time. There is also a question of honor. Does it befit Caesar to avenge Pompeia's death? Or is it to be feared that an admission that Pompeius did not deserve death will injure the cause of the Caesarian party? It may be noted that discussions of such a kind may well occur in actual cases. Declaimers have, however, often been guilty of an error as regards deliberative themes which has involved a series of consequences. They have considered deliberative themes to be different and absolutely opposed to forensic themes, for they have always affected abrupt openings, an impetuous style, and a generous embellishment, as they call it, in their language, and have been especially careful to make shorter notes for deliberative than for forensic themes. For my part, while I realize that deliberative themes do not require an exordium, for reasons which I have already stated, I do not, however, understand why they should open in such a wild and exclamatory manner. When a man is asked to express his opinion on any subject, he does not, if he is sane, begin to shriek, but endeavours, as far as possible, to win the assent of the man who is considering the question by a courteous and natural opening. Why, I ask, in view of the fact that deliberations require moderation above all else, should the speaker on such themes indulge in a torrential style of eloquence kept at one high level of violence? I acknowledge that in controversial speeches the tone is often lowered in the exordium, the statement of facts, and the argument, and that if you subtract these three portions, the remainder is more or less of the deliberative type of speech. But what remains must likewise be of a more even flow, avoiding all violence and fury. With regards to magnificence of language, deliberative declaimers should avoid straining after it more than others, but it comes to them more naturally. For there is a preference among those who invent such themes for selecting great personages, such as kings, princes, senators, and peoples, while the theme itself is generally on a grander scale. Consequently, since the words are suited to the theme, they acquire additional splendor from the magnificence of the matter. In actual deliberations the case is different, and consequently Theophrastus laid it down that in the deliberative class of oratory the language should, as far as possible, be free from all affectation. In stating this view he followed the authority of his instructor, although, as a rule, he is not afraid to differ from him. For Aristotle held that the demonstrative type of oratory was the best suited for writing, and that the next best was forensic oratory. His reason for this view was that the first type is entirely concerned with display, while the second requires art, which will even be employed to deceive the audience if expedience should so demand, whereas advice requires only truth and prudence. I agree with this view as regards demonstrative oratory. In fact, all writers are agreed on this point. But as regards forensic and deliberative themes, I think that the style must be suited to the requirements of the subject which has to be treated. For I notice that the Philippics of Demosthenes are preeminent for the same merits as his forensic speeches, and that the opinions expressed by Cicero before the Senate or the people are as remarkable for the splendor of their eloquence as the speeches which he delivered in accusing or defending persons before the courts. And yet Cicero says of deliberative oratory that the whole speech should be simple and dignified, and should derive its ornament rather from the sentiments expressed than the actual words. As regards the use of examples, practically all authorities are with good reason agreed that there is no subject to which they are better suited, since, as a rule, history seems to repeat itself, and the experience of the past is a valuable support to reason. Brevity and copiousness are determined not so much by the nature as by the compass of the subject. For, just as in deliberations the question is generally less complicated, so in forensic cases it is often of less importance. Anyone who is content to read not merely speeches, but history as well, in preference to growing gray over the notebooks of the rhetoricians, will realize the truth of what I say. For in the historians, the speeches delivered to the people and the opinions expressed in the Senate often provide examples of advice and dissuasion. He will find an avoidance of abrupt openings in deliberative speeches, and will note that the forensic style is often the more impetuous of the two, while in both cases the words are suited to the matter, and forensic speeches are often shorter than deliberative. Nor will he find in them those faults into which some of our declaimers fall, namely, a coarse abuse of those who hold opposite opinions, and a general tendency to speak in such a way as to make it seem that the speaker's views are in opposition to those of the persons who ask his advice. Consequently, their aim seems to be invective rather than persuasion. I would have my younger readers realize that these words are penned for their special benefit, that they may not desire to adopt a different style in their exercises from that in which they will be required to speak, and may not be hampered by having to unlearn what they have acquired. For the rest, if they are ever summoned to take part in the councils of their friends, or to speak their opinions in the Senate, or advise the Emperor on some point on which he may consult them, they will learn from practice what they cannot, perhaps, put to the credit of the schools. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapters 9 to 11 of On the Education of an Orator by Quintilian, translated by H.E. Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. I now come to the forensic kind of oratory, which presents the utmost variety, but whose duties are no more than two: the bringing and rebutting of charges. Most authorities divide the forensic speech into 5 parts: the exordium, the statement of facts, the proof, the refutation, and the peroration. To these some have added the partition into heads, proposition, and digression, the 2 first of which form part of the proof. For it is obviously necessary to propound what you are going to prove, as well as to conclude. Why then, if proposition is a part of a speech, should not conclusion be also? Partition, on the other hand, is merely one aspect of arrangement, and arrangement is a part of rhetoric itself, and is equally distributed through every theme of oratory and their whole body, just as are invention and style. Consequently, we must regard partition not as one part of a whole speech, but as a part of each individual question that may be involved. For what question is there in which an orator cannot set forth the order in which he is going to make his points? And this, of course, is the function of partition. But how ridiculous it is to make each question an aspect of proof, but partition, which is an aspect of a question, a part of the whole speech. As for digression, egressio, now more usually styled excessus, if it lie outside the case, it is merely an accessory or ornament of that portion of the case from which digression is made. For if anything that lies within the case is to be called part of it, why not call argument, comparison, commonplace, pathos, illustration parts of the case? On the other hand, I disagree with those who, like Aristotle, would remove refutation from the list on the ground that it forms part of the proof, for the proof is constructive and the refutation destructive. Aristotle also introduces another slight novelty in making proposition, not statement of facts, follow the exordium. This, however, he does because he regards proposition as the genus and statement of facts as the species, with the result that he holds that, whereas the former is always and everywhere necessary, the latter may sometimes be dispensed with. It is, however, necessary to point out, as regards these 5 parts which I have established, that which has to be spoken first is not necessarily that which requires our first consideration. But above all, we must consider the nature of the case, the question at issue, and the arguments for and against. Next, we must consider what points are to be made, and what refuted, and then how the facts are to be stated. For the statement of facts is designed to prepare the way for the proofs, and must needs be unprofitable, unless we have first determined what proofs are to be promised in the statement. Finally, we must consider how best to win the judge to take our view. For we cannot be sure, until we have subjected all the parts of the case to careful scrutiny, what sort of impression we wish to make upon the judge. Are we to mollify him or increase his severity, to excite or relax his interest in the case, to render him susceptible to influence, or the reverse? I cannot, however, approve the view of those who think that the exordium should actually be written last, for though we must collect all our material and determine the proper place for each portion of it, before we begin to speak or write, we must commence with what naturally comes first. No one begins a portrait by painting or modelling the feet, and no art finds its completion at the point where it should begin. Otherwise, what will happen if we have not time to write our speech? Will not the result of such a reversal of the proper order of things be that we shall be caught napping? We must therefore review the subject matter in the order laid down, but write our speech in the order in which we shall deliver it. Chapter 10. Every case in which one side attacks and the other defends consists either of one or more controversial questions. In the first case, it is called simple; in the second, complex. An example of the first is when the subject of enquiry is a theft or an adultery taken by itself. In complex cases, the several questions may all be of the same kind, as in cases of extortion, or of different kinds, as when a man is accused at one and the same time of homicide and sacrilege. Such cases no longer arise in the public courts, since the praetor allots different charges to different courts in accordance with a definite rule, but they still are of frequent occurrence in the imperial or senatorial courts, and were frequent in the days when they came up for trial before the people. Private suits, again, are often tried by one judge, who have to determine many different points of law. There are no other species of forensic causes, not even when one person brings the same suit on the same grounds against 2 different persons, or 2 persons bring the same suit against one, or several against several, as occasionally occurs in lawsuits about inheritances. Because, although a number of parties may be involved, there is still only one suit, unless indeed the different circumstances of the various parties alter the questions at issue. There is, however, said to be a third and different class, the comparative. Questions of comparison frequently require to be handled in portions of a cause, as for instance in the centumviral court, when, after other questions have been raised, the question is discussed as to which of 2 claimants is the more deserving of an inheritance. It is rare, however, for a case to be brought into court on such grounds alone, as in divinations which take place to determine who the accuser shall be, and occasionally when 2 informers dispute as to which has earned the reward. Some again have added a 4th class, namely mutual accusation, which they call anticategoria. Others, however, regard it as belonging to the comparative group, to which indeed the common case of reciprocal suits on different grounds bears a strong resemblance. If this latter case should also be called anticategoria, for it has no special name of its own, we must divide mutual accusation into 2 classes, in one of which the parties bring the same charge against each other, while in the other they bring different charges. The same division will also apply to claims. As soon as we are clear as to the kind of cause on which we are engaged, we must then consider whether the act that forms the basis of the charge is denied or defended, or given another name, or excepted from that class of action. Thus we determine the basis of each case. Chapter 11. As soon as these points are ascertained, the next step, according to Hermagoras, should be to consider what is the question at issue, the line of defense, the point for the judge's decision, and the central point, or, as others call it, the foundation of the case. The question, in its more general sense, is taken to mean everything on which two or more plausible opinions may be advanced. In forensic subjects, however, it must be taken in two senses. First, in the sense in which we say that a controversial matter involves many questions, thereby including all minor questions. Secondly, in the sense of the main question on which the case turns. It is of this with which the basis originates that I am now speaking. We ask whether a thing has been done, what it is that has been done, and whether it was rightly done. To these, Hermagoras and Apollodorus and many other writers have given the special name of questions. Theodorus, on the other hand, as I have already said, calls them general heads, while he designates minor questions or questions dependent on these general heads as special heads. For it is agreed that question may spring from question, and species be subdivided into other species. This main question, then, they call the zetema. The line of defense is the method by which an admitted act is defended. I see no reason why I should not use the same example to illustrate this point that has been used by practically all my predecessors. Orestes has killed his mother. The fact is admitted. He pleads that he was justified in so doing. The basis will be one of quality, the question whether he was justified in his action, the line of defense that Clytemnestra killed her husband, Orestes' father. This is called the aition, or motive. The point for the decision of the judge is known as krinomenon, and in this case is whether it was right that even a guilty mother should be killed by her son. Some have drawn a distinction between aition and aiteia, making aition mean the cause of the trial, namely the murder of Clytemnestra, aiteia the motive urged in defense, namely the murder of Agamemnon. But there is such lack of agreement over these two words that some make aiteia the cause of the trial and aition the motive of the deed, while others reverse the meanings. If we turn to Latin writers, we find that some have given these causes the name of initium, the beginning, and ratio, the reason, while others give the same name to both. Moreover, cause seems to spring from cause, or, as the Greeks say, aition ex aitio, as will be seen from the following. Clytemnestra killed Agamemnon because he had sacrificed their daughter and brought home a captive woman as his paramour. The same authors think that there may be several lines of defense to one question. For instance, Orestes may urge that he killed his mother because driven to do so by oracles. But the number of points for the decision of the judge will be the same as the number of alleged motives for the deed. In this case, it will be whether he ought to have obeyed the oracles. But one alleged motive may also, in my opinion, involve several questions and several points for the decision of the judge, as for instance in the case when the husband caught his wife in adultery and slew her, and later slew the adulterer who had escaped in the marketplace. The motive is but one: he was an adulterer. But there arises questions and points for decision by the judge whether it was lawful to kill him at that time and at that place. But just as, although there be several questions, each with its special basis, the basis of the case is but one, namely that to which all else is referred, even so the real point for the decision of the judge is, strictly speaking, that on which judgment is given. As for the synechon, the central argument, as I have mentioned it is called by some, or the foundation, as it is called by others, or, as Cicero styles it, the strongest argument of the defender and the most relevant to the decision of the judge, some regard it as being the point after which all enquiry ceases, others as the main point for adjudication. The motive of the deed does not arise in all controversial cases. For how can there be a motive for the deed when the deed is denied? But when the motive for the deed does come up for discussion, they deny that the point for the decision of the judge rests on the same ground as the main question at issue, and this view is maintained by Cicero in his Rhetorica and Partitiones. For when it has been asserted and denied that a deed was done, the question whether it was done is resolved by conjecture, and the decision of the judge and the main question rest on the same ground, since the first question and the final decision are concerned with the same point. But when it is stated and denied that Orestes was justified in killing his mother, considerations of quality are introduced. The question is whether he was justified in killing her, but this is not yet the point for the decision of the judge. When then does it become so? She killed my father. Yes, but that did not make it your duty to murder your mother. The point for the decision of the judge is whether it was his duty to kill her. As regards the foundation, I will put it in the words of Cicero himself. The foundation is the strongest argument for the defense, as, for instance, if Orestes were ready to say that the disposition of his mother towards his father, himself and his sisters, the kingdom, the reputation of the race and the family, were such that it was the peculiar duty of her children to punish her. Others again use illustrations, such as the following: he who has spent his patrimony is not allowed to address the people. But he spent it on public works. The question is whether every one that spends his patrimony is to be prohibited, while the point for decision is whether he who spent it in such a way is to be prohibited. Or, again, take the case of the soldier Orontius, who killed the tribune Lucius for assaulting his honor. The question is whether he was justified in so doing. The line of defense, that the murdered man made an assault upon his honor. The point for the decision of the judge, whether it was right that a man should be killed uncondemned or a tribune by a soldier. Some even regard the basis of the question as being different from the basis of the decision. The question as to whether Milo was justified in killing Claudius is one of quality. The point for the decision of the judge, namely whether Claudius lay in wait for Milo, is a matter of conjecture. They also urge that a case is often diverted to the consideration of some matter irrelevant to the question, and that it is on this matter that judgment is given. I strongly disagree. Take the question whether all who have spent their patrimony are to be prohibited from addressing the people. This question must have its point for decision, and therefore the question and the point for decision are not different, but there are more than one question and more than one point for decision in the case. Again, in the case of Milo, is not the question of fact ultimately referred to the question of quality? For if Claudius lay in wait for Milo, it follows that he was justifiably killed. But when the case is shifted to some other point far removed from the original question, even in this case the question will be found to reside in the point for decision. As regards these questions, Cicero is slightly inconsistent with himself. For in the Rhetorica, as I have already mentioned, he followed Hermagoras, while in the Topica he holds that the krinomenon, or disputed point, is originated by the basis, and in addressing the lawyer Trebatius on this subject, he calls it the point at issue, and describes the elements in which it resides as central arguments or foundations of the defense which hold it together, and the removal of which cause the whole defense to fall to the ground. But in the Partitiones Oratoriae, He gives the name of foundation to that which is advanced against the defense, on the ground that the central argument, as it logically comes first, is put forward by the accused, and the point for the decision of the judge arises from the question jointly raised by the central argument and the line of defense. The view, therefore, of those who make the basis the central argument and the point for the decision of the judge identical is at once more concise and nearer to the truth. The central argument, they point out, is that the removal of which makes the whole case fall to the ground. In this central argument they seem to me to have included both the alleged causes, that Orestes killed his mother and that Clytemnestra killed Agamemnon. The same authorities have likewise always held that the basis and the point for the decision of the judge are in agreement. Any other opinion would have been inconsistent with their general views. But this affectation of subtlety in the invention of technical terms is mere laborious ostentation. I have undertaken the task of discussing them solely that I might not be regarded as having failed to make sufficient enquiry into the subject which I have chosen as my theme. But it is quite unnecessary for an instructor proceeding on less technical lines to destroy the coherence of his teaching by attention to such minute detail. Many, however, suffer from this drawback, more especially Hermagoras, who, although he labours these points with such anxious diligence, was a man of penetrating intellect, and in most respects deserves our admiration, so that even where we must needs blame him, we cannot withhold a certain meed of praise. But the shorter method, which for that very reason is also by far the most lucid, will not fatigue the learner by leading him through a maze of detail, nor destroy the coherence of his eloquence by breaking it up into a number of minute departments. For he who has a clear view of the main issue of a dispute, and divines the aims which his own side and his opponents intend to follow, and the means they intend to employ, and it is to the intentions of his own side that he must pay special attention, will, without a doubt, be in possession of a knowledge of all the points which I have discussed above. And there is hardly any one, unless he be a born fool, without the least acquaintance with the practice of speaking, who does not know what is the main issue of a dispute, or, as they call it, the cause or central argument, and what is the question between the parties, and the point on which the judge has to decide, these three being identical. For the question is concerned with the matter in dispute, and the decision of the judge is given on the point involved in the question. Still, we do not keep our attention rigidly fixed on such details, but the desire to win praise by any available means, and the sheer delight in speaking, make us wander away from the subject, since there is always richer material for eloquence outside the strict theme of the case, inasmuch as the points of any given dispute are always few, and there is all the world outside, and in the one case we speak according to our instructions, in the other on the subjects of our own choice. We should teach not so much that it is our duty to discover the question, the central argument, and the point for the decision of the judge, an easy task, as that we should continually keep our attention on our subject, or, if we digress, at least keep looking back to it, lest, in our desire to win applause, we should let our weapons drop from our grasp. The school of Theodorus, as I have said, groups everything together under heads, by which they mean several things. First, they mean the main question, which is to be identified with the basis. Secondly, they mean the other questions dependent on the main question. Thirdly, the proposition and the statement of the proofs. The word is used as we use it when we say, it is the head of the whole business, or, as Menander says, kephalaion estin. But generally speaking, anything which has to be proved will be a head of varying degrees of importance. I have now set forth the principles laid down by the writers of textbooks, though I have done so at a greater length than was necessary. I have also explained what are the various parts of forensic causes. My next book, therefore, shall deal with the exordium. End of Book 3, Chapter 11. End of On the Education of an Orator, Volume 1, by Quintilian, translated by H. E. Butler.